Let's wait for it to make sure, say we're good. Waiting for Eorzean archives. And we are live! Hi, everybody. I had a bit of a 1 minute little hiccup right there, right before we began. So, we are all good to go. Let me get my chat popped out. Oh, I forgot to get water. Well, I'll grab that after a bit. How's everybody doing? Oh, look how many of you guys were already here and talking before. Not gonna lie, as I've said many, many times, especially because I'm, like, an addict for, like, socialization stuff during the streams. Like, seeing a bunch of you guys talking ahead of time and, like, does me some good in the hearts. I'll be here, waiting, watching, twiddling my thumbs. Good to see you, glad to have you, Demons. Jellybean, Lolly lurking for bed because headaches suck. Oh, Jellybean, I'm sorry. Lolly ho. Hello, Jelly, my head is also feeling like it's about to explode. Man, everyone's, I hope it's not COVID. I hope it's just regular headaches. No good, why did they replace our heads with gobby bombs? Lolly, sorry to hear of you gobby boom head problems, ho. Silver Kogaku, good to see you, glad to have you. Aurora, good to see you, glad to have you. It's a good day so far. Getting closer and closer back to normal. Still brain fog, somewhat, and working on trying to get up at the same time every day. Trying to get up at 8 a.m. It's still pretty variable. Still takes a little bit, but. I just finished watching Final Fantasy XIV Starter Guide series that Square made, and it's so cheesy and adorable. Oh, I hadn't checked that out yet. I saw that they posted it. Honestly, my first reaction was, a starter guide is nice. I wonder how helpful it will be because, like, most people who are starting as a Sprout aren't going to know to check that out. And so it's like, I would prefer more mechanics within the game that help new players. But that said, I should check it out. Lollyho. Oh, I'll have to check that out later. Definitely in the mood for cheesy and adorable things. Well, I mean, we could watch it before. We could watch it right now. Definitely recommend. Why don't we check it out? Reminder, no spoilers. By spoilers, we mean anything from Endwalker and any major reveal from any expansion. If you wouldn't have wanted it spoiled for you, then don't spoil it for others, please. But we can always try to talk around things. DD, good to see you, glad to have you. When Endwalker came out, I had blocked out chat because people were saying stuff I did not want to see. Something got spoiled for me, so I, for one, love this rule. Yes, and that will be the rule. Endwalker spoilers are channel in the Discord. If you want to talk about things, if you want to avoid 6.2 spoilers, the assumption is that when 6.2 comes out, people can talk about 6.2 and Endwalker spoilers. So just be forewarned for that if you're going to have some time before you play 6.2. On top of that, when like 7.0 comes out, same stuff will go for there. And remember that we're careful about Shadowbringer spoilers even now. So just because we get to 7.0 does not mean we'll stop caring about, you know, Endwalker. But that said, again, that doesn't mean we can't say anything about it. Just be careful. The boy's alive. I am alive. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I hope everyone's doing all right other than the Gobby Bomb problems. Yes. Forest Girl, good to see you, glad to have you. Hi, indeed. My headache wasn't COVID, just been vaping too much. I don't know why, Demons, but like furry, rural video game player, I should have known, of course you vaped. You just must fit all the demographics at once. Been vaping too much, probably suffering from nicotine overdose. Yeah. I'm gonna wait about a week to play anything 6.2 so that others figure out the mechanics for me. Aurora, you could just have people in the guilds join you. Like, just do it day 1 or day 2, and if you add a bunch of the guild, or you add a bunch of people in the guild in the FC or in the Discord, I'm sure a bunch of people would love to help you out. Hell, I will love to play the new dungeons. Even important spoilers for Heaven's Words are no doubt. Yes, yeah. If nothing, if not painfully predictable. Yes, major spoilers for Heaven's Words we try to be careful about. Same with Stormblood, though we are a little more lax with those because I find them a little bit less pivotal. But again, good point, Ray Ray. Well, I plan on streaming it. Well, there you go. Well, I was gonna say let's get going. The main thing what we're gonna do is actually I think we'll watch that guide thing that DD, or I believe it was DD, was just talking about. No, who was it? Who referenced it? Was it Aurora? Yes, it was Aurora. So we're gonna pull up that guide, and then we're going to unlock materia real quick so that I can go grab Gaybolg, so that we can have Gaybolg ready for Heaven's Word, and then we're gonna be going right into 2.55. But let's pull up that new starter guide, shall we? Oh my god, that's some lovely fucking production values. Let me get it so you guys can see that. And let me turn off the normal Final Fantasy music. And, okay. Let me also get it so I can see you guys in chat. Ripsor, good to see you, glad to have you. Comfy stream time. I hope it is comfy for you.
Okay. Oh, love those ears.
I appreciate that they're doing this because they want to do custom stuff, but it is weird that you're going to be teaching. I mean, I guess it's close. It's a close enough approximation to exactly what it's going to look like.
Oh, a
anyways.
Makote, huh?
You bet. Now to pick my class. I love the look of the gladiator. It's just a shame I'll never learn how to be an archer.
Well, that's the beauty of Final Fantasy XIV Online. Your character can actually play every class in the game. Classes are split into 3 roles. Tanks, who hold the enemy's attention and soak up their attacks. There are damage dealing, or DPS classes, who take down enemies as quickly as possible. And healers, who, well, heal the party.
Obby, good to see you, glad to have you.
Class now, but once you reach level 10, you can unlock and change to other classes whenever you like. Also, your character's gender, race, patron deity, or date of birth won't limit any major aspects of your gameplay.
Look, if you're coming from another MMO, like, some of that might be worth knowing, obviously, like a new job and stuff, but honestly, what this seems most useful for, and I think this is definitely very much carefully chosen on their part, is players who don't play MMOs. And especially when you think about the like duty support system and what Yoshi P has said about getting new people and new blood into the game, and especially people who aren't MMO players. I think that's who this is aimed at.
And you'll even have the option to change your appearance later in the game. So don't worry too much and just create a character that you like.
Some of you guys.
That is amazing. I'm gonna start as an archer. No, arcanist. No, lancer. Ah, an enemy! Gladiator sounds great. Oh, can't wait to try the others later. Let's do this! Yeah, no big deal. Got 12 XP.
Okay, cool. Now they're doing them in
You can earn
engine.
much more experience while enjoying the story.
Okay, this makes me so angry. This is going to be such a funny small thing that most of you probably don't care about. Chris, good to see you. Glad to have you. But like, they have the ability in engine because they have the ability to have free cam, that they can have a camera naturally orbital pan and tilt and rotate while having emotes play, and that's not something you can do in game. The best you could do is you could have talk emotes set up and then try to naturally pan it like gently. You wouldn't want to do it on a PC. You'd have to do it on controller because like it's just hard to maintain it on PC in any way. But like you can do some things like this, but it's a pain in the fucking ass. And I just desperately wish I had free cam tools, a la something like, you know, like the Dark Souls.
Let me show you how it's done. If you want to succeed, learn to read the map. Fewer random enemies, more main scenario quests, or MSQs. These are the quests you follow to experience the main story. By completing them, you'll earn some fantastic rewards and level up much faster. You'll also have the option to follow loads of side quests. These won't impact your main story, but they will help you explore.
Oh, we didn't watch
world
episode
and
0.
earn
I'll get to that,
skill,
Obby. I didn't
and
know there
other
was
rewards.
Oh, I'd love to check out my first MSQ.
Great! Then let's get you to the Adventurers Guild. That's Momodi. See the meteor icon above her head? That's how you know you
I would like to point out that this combined with Endwalker, the Endwalker trailers, the gameplay trailers, I think this further goes to suggest that the canonical starting sit town is definitely
should talk to her for your MSQ objective, which will be updated in your main scenario guide as you progress, here on the upper left. Keep a lookout for those icons, as well as other quest types. And you can always access your journal to keep track of the quests you have accepted and completed.
Right, MSQ.
Actually, this is another thing that's interesting. Check this out. There's a depth of field effect. I wonder if there... It's interesting that... So, like, you have the depth of field effect in G-Pose, but it's kind of shit. I wonder if in Free Cam they also have extra depth of field effects.
Right, MSQ. Earn great XP. Got it. Max level, here I come.
The map.
Oh, follow the map. That thing is pretty useful.
Oh my god, there's multiple episodes? Okay, well, let's check out episode 0 and then we'll get going. Starter Guide Series Episode 0. Oh my god, that was terrible typing. That's fine.
A scholar and one of millions of Fantasy 14 Online. I'm Mayra, a scholar and one of millions of players adventuring through the. I'm Mayra, a scholar and one of.
That Eorzean looking not quite. He's not quite the same, but
Millions of
suspiciously looking
players
Elio-like.
adventuring through the ever-expanding world of Eorzea. In this series, I'll be introducing you to some early tips to help you get the most out of your adventure. From character creation and basic game mechanics, to dungeons, boss battles, and more. And it just so happens I've got a friend eager to start his adventure today as well. Let's recruit him, shall we?
Oh, thank God that they're actually
All
introducing
right,
recruit
thanks
friend
for the
campaign
invite,
from the
Mayra.
start.
Hi there,
That's a
Kaz.
good-
Welcome to Final Fantasy 14 Online.
Yes! I keep hearing about it, and I had to try it for myself. You're the pro, though, so, you know, what am I getting into?
You've come to the right scholar. Let me show you. Final
like
Fantasy
doing-
14
okay, that's
Online
fair.
is the
That's fair,
critically
especially for
acclaimed
owls and
online
male
RPG,
faces.
where you embark on the journey of a lifetime and reforge the fate of Eorzea. Though it is the
It's interesting. Well, not that the context of the matters, but I would like to point out that changing the fate of Eorzea is a much smaller part of the broader context of the things that we do. I mean, namely, not only save the other three great continents, but broadly the planet as a whole. One could say Hydaelyn, or in fact, Atheris. Problematically, too, you could also, one might argue, that we're actually saving the entire universe. Now, that said, referring to the general fantasy realm as opposed to referring to yes, the fantasy bunny saves the universe is probably better for
the 14th entry in the
people to
Final
play.
Fantasy series. It has a self-contained story with its unique universe and lore. So if this is your first Final Fantasy, welcome. This is the perfect place to start. The best part is, it's constantly expanding. So whether you're playing solo at your own pace through the main storyline, or you join other players to explore this world together, you'll always find a new, exciting adventure waiting for you.
God, I wish I could apply G-Shades to the benchmark test. That's the
Basically,
footage they're
it's a
using
heck of a lot of fun.
for this, mainly.
Let's do this! Man, what the?
Well, you could go now, but if you spare a few minutes with me, I can offer some useful tips to make your adventure even better.
And help me become the adventurer of my dreams? Yes, please.
Good choice.
Did she just use rescue on it? Yeah, that's what I'm going with. That's my theory. Okay, let me catch up on you guys. Restore comfy stream. Chris, hello. Oh wow, perfect music. Unless that's, oh wait, did it start auto playing the next one? No. Oh my god, they did a whole bunch of these. Mikote looks like a total Drama Island character. He really does. That's fair. It's like starting after the first commercial break. Yeah. No, he seems to have noticed there was. No, I've not noticed. Yeah, no, I was trying to watch, and so I missed out on your guys' comments. Those are super cheesy. Very cute, very cute, very cheesy. Yep. When I first started the game, I did not know how MSQ worked. I almost level 20 and could not figure out how to leave the city I was in. Oh, DD. It's almost likely that there's a certain number of combinations of features. Oh yeah, but here's what's interesting is like that. While that's true, especially for Eorzean facial features, the amount that like this hair gets used in like promotional material for Eorzean is fascinating. I mean, it's not fascinating, but okay. We need to stop off at Thanalin real quick. I tried to avoid ever doing any side quests without you guys, so sadly, I couldn't preparatorily get Gaebolg. There's a total of 7 episodes, including 0. Nice. They all released out of order in several languages, so I haven't had the time to track them all down and watch them. IDK why they started at 0. I mean, I guess because 0 is like... Okay. One could argue that 0, it's because they don't actually start giving you specific advice as a starter guide. Like, 0 is a pitch more than it is giving you advice. My other argument is that it's Final Fantasy, and so they're mandated to have a confusing numbering and or naming sequence in order for you to understand what the fuck's going on. So if they didn't, I mean, it wouldn't really be in the spirit of Final Fantasy, now would it? What would you say if I told you that inanimate objects can possess a soul? They can believe it or not, although the soul in question is not their own, but that of our owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor that we can use come to hold our spiritual energy. Thus do we form a spirit bond with them. The spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance its properties. Arguably, this is probably what causes auspices and certain kami to be created. It may or may not be, but it seems to be the same principle. It's also, I have a theory, this is a theory, that this is what allows Amuro to speak over time. If you think about the fact that the main key component to them speaking is them spending large quantities of time with spoken, and then eventually over time they seem to gain intelligence. I think it's not just a byproduct of them aging, which I guess would mean that materia and Amuro are not that different. I am well versed in many ways of materia extraction. If you wish to learn more about this process, it would be my pleasure to teach you. Zero's like a preface introduction, yeah. The Final Fantasy 14 channel has playlists. I was able to watch one playlist. Nice. Rin, good to see you, glad to have you. I have not been noticed. My sadness is natural. Did you speak before? Just so everyone's aware, if you don't message, I don't see you. Or are you talking about your NPCs behind me? I make a habit of not pointing out player characters, just so that people don't promote like jumping into frame. I must make waffles to console myself. No, I did notice you immediately. I see your names. I see, especially if I make, that's why I make sure to friend you guys so I see them in orange. You're just using intro instead of zero. Yeah, I mean, like, intro would have been probably a more normal ass way to do it. Anywho, gonna fish my dailies and lurk. Sounds good, Aurora. No, I said something before, but I'm just joking around. Did you? I don't see anything. On my feed, I don't have anything from you. Yeah, weird. What are we lolling about me for? I want waffles. I always want. Okay, favorite waffles, go. Because my favorite, I shit you not. Don't give me none of the fancy shit. The thing that I want in this world more than anything is just give me some Eggo-ass Eggo waffles, regular plain-ass Eggo waffles with Mrs. Butterworth's. There's nothing better. What? Yeah, I said the greetings have returned to from the toilet. Yeah, that's literally just not in my thing. Yeah, yeah. Weird, Rin. I'm not sure what happened. Greetings from my toilet. I've returned from my toilet to cooperate. Overlords have lost control of me for 2 days. Yeah. Blueberry waffles. You're ready to commence learning. Good, as you will have gathered by now, materia is the crystallized form of one's spiritual energy. As this energy is derived from an individual psyche, a volatile beast at the best of times, a degree of variance is to be expected in its production. In practice, this means that you won't know the exact properties of the stone until you can cradle it in your hand. Now, materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped, see, and this is achieved by melding it to gear. Know, though, that it takes the deft hand of a craftsman to meld materia. You can always seek others to attach materia on your behalf, but if you would sooner do it yourself, I recommend you speak to Phobos. Melding is her field of expertise. Cool, and that should be it. Now I can go to, well, I guess since I'm here, what I should do, well, we'll go to, I know where it is in Lenosia, so we're gonna go there. Word. I love waffles. Jellybean, you liking waffles is like one, I can just imagine Jellybean like sitting with a booster chair at a table, like ready to like dig into some waffles, like, you know, knife and fork in hand. But who is that? It's Nano. Hello, Nano. That's just a funny image to me. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I need foods. Guys, we just started stream. How can we already be getting in the hunger game? Like, we're pretty terrible at this. Like, we always, like, psych each other up for hunger. Luckily, I was smart this time, and I went and actually had a normal lunch. I went for a bike ride and got normal lunch, so I technically ate beforehand. However, I'm hungry again, and now I want waffles and or pancakes. Main hand. I prepared Champion's Lance, Savage. What was it? J. Okay, it doesn't even tell me what ones it was. I'm gonna pull up relic weapons. FFXIV. Which material was it? We needed... Bidding original, you must bring him a champion, so else melted with 2 grade 3 savage aim material. Okay, so that was correct. Okay, and now we take that to Geralt. That's the wrong place. And let's open stream back up. My internet is lagging so badly right now, I'm going to hope it cooperates soon. Oh, Deathberry, I'm sorry. Well, I appreciate you being here all the same. Yeah, I just got home from work and my day off is the next 2 days, so that's basically what I was saying. Ah! Now I understand. Very good, Rin. Very good. Well, we'll be happy to have you join us for stuff if we do anything. Maybe corporate overlords were attempting to one last grasp at you, Rin. Is Odin a physical object that manifests primal energy like materia? Does a soul over time, or is it just pure energy? So Odin, Zantetsuken is... Minor spoilers, I'm not going to provide specifics. Zantetsuken is a part of another primal, effectively. It is, in and of itself, one primal of a bigger primal, for lack of a better way to put it. And so it is both an individual entity and an extension of another primal. And because of that... Oh, I have to be a Dragoon, that's why. So it is primal. He is a primal, and he does temper. The sword does temper individuals who are too close to it. So it is a primal. Okay, so is Odin a physical object that manifests primal energy like a materia does a soul over time, or is it just pure energy? Yeah, no. So the thing about what happens is that objects that are close to souls as a function of time seem to accrue attributes from those souls. Now, it's not clear if that's a byproduct of like memory or like what ethereal impact it seems to be having on it. But I would assume primals don't use objects in a way that would allow that to work. I would say that the primal itself is just tempers, and it has an effect on those things around it, but doesn't accrue anything. And those things around it, yeah, to your point, to your question, are only just further corrupted by it. And we know that both from Eureka, in the specifics to Zantetsuken, but also from other primals as well, as it just being in proximity of them for a long period of time can just being in their proximity can cause you to be tempered effectively, or at least somewhat corrupted. Oh, that needs to be an emoji, Jellybean eating waffles. Oh, someone write that down. Jellybean eating waffles would be a great freaking emoji. I just ate. Well, good on you, Ray Ray. I just got off work and I'm making tacos. Now I want tacos. No. You guys make my life hard. You need to bring me a champion's lance, one with 2 grade 3 savage aim materials melted to it. This will serve as the vessel for the restored relic. Aye, I could hammer one out in my sleep, but then I could wipe your arse without much trouble, and I ain't planning on doing that neither. Seems you'll just have to do you both yourself, eh? I will turn soon, my friends. I must go wake my consolation waffles. I'll make 8 waffles because I've been awake since 5 this morning and I haven't eaten very hunger, much sad. Hey, it's stream. Food is one thing we do best. Slope, the next best. It's true. Had pancakes for breakfast. Probably going to have ice cream in a bit. I don't. We've already done this for when we did. We can skip over a lot of this because we did this for when we did Bravura. Oh, I may have one of you guys come help me do Chimera. Well, you know what I think we'll do? We're already at 30 in, so I'm going to go ahead and start MSQ. After Battle on the Big Bridge, I would like, if one of you guys wants to help me with, not Battle on the Big Bridge, Steps of Faith. If one of you guys wants to help me quick unsync. Chimera. For the relic weapon. The other thing I'm thinking about, and is I know that the thing says that today a Realm Reborn is going to happen, or a Realm Reborn, that today 2.55 happens, but because there's like, what, 47 minutes of cutscenes, we may have to look at time to just be careful, because we don't want to start the descent into cutscenes with, you know, with it being like 7 p.m. Because Ray has a life, and I have a life and need to do work and sleep. Well, I just had pizza that I put in my mouth hole too, Justinium. Flops in on break. Raiji, good to see you, glad to have you, while also reading the passing of Olivia Newton-John. Oh no. Seems these days everybody be going by. It's crazy to think that Greece was that long ago. That she could even be 73. Yep. Yeah, we just want, yep. Always losing people. I mean, that's part of adulthood, is losing people who you grew up with, like figures. George, good to see you, glad to have you. I can help you do Battle on the Bridge. No, we're not. So Steps of, I misspoke. I was talking about Steps of Faith. What I'll need is just at least 1 or 2 people to unsync a level 90 for Chimera, just because I want to blast through Chimera and Hydra for Gaybulg. And Justinian, before you say anything, not Gaybulge. I still have Hopelessly Devoted on my playlist. Oh, there you go. Have you a moment, Elio? I believe Yida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. I'm glad that they have like at least some small amount of Yida moment. Oh, D, I just saw some of your messages in the FC. Sorry, I was preparing for stream. But yeah, if you guys are not aware, we have an FC on Crystal Curl. So if you want to join our FC, it's a good time. Do a lot of talking and enjoying each other's presence. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from the Assi intrusions. There must be a way. The rising stone feels somehow colder. Moonbreeda was always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I would not have the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalimo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation, and am at a loss for words. Justinium, I meant to say Demins and misspoke. That said, you're welcome. Hey, it's Elio. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I've decided to cheer myself up, getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Oh, I need to switch back to warrior. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you in the daisy at Wraithfrost. It still worked. It still worked. Yeah. Moon indeed. Yeah. Gotta love Moonbreeda. Thank you, Ray. Yeah. When you throw a stone and manage to hit 2 birds. Wait, why was it called out? I was too distracted doing a dungeon. What did I do? It wasn't me. It was Jelly. Okay. Me making the joke that it is Gaybulg, not Gaybulge. And I'm pretty sure that wasn't Jellybean who was interested in the Gaybulge. Just a thought. Chris, what did you redact? Were you just explaining it to them? Your dirty-minded reputation. You're gonna finish 2.5 today? Sorry, I'm at work and wasn't paying attention. No, George, you're good. So we're going to try to finish 2.55 today. We're gonna try to focus and get through it. The problem is that 2.5/2.55 is pretty long, and the main issue is not getting through it. The main issue is that there's about 47 minutes of cutscenes. And so if we don't start those cutscenes by 6 p.m., we cannot start them because I do not want to be stuck with starting them at like 6:30 or 7 because Ray needs to be able to be off well before that. And I also need to be able to work on real life work and then also do some scripts and writing and stuff for the channel because I got behind on that. I have a deficit on that thanks to COVID. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade. I forget what we did for Rowena. I forget. That you got some running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Oh no, we did Southern Belle for her, wasn't it? Oh god. Oh, now I can't do Southern Belle. They've got them. I don't even know what it was. They've got them running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzean to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what is it that you were here to pick up? The moon daisies, was it? Here, then take it. And tell the Yada lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. Gods knows she needs to. I wonder if Rowena knows. I wonder if her that's hinting that she knows. Aubrey, good to see you, glad to have you. We watched, episode 0 and episode 1. And maybe we'll watch the rest of them later, but because we're trying to see if we can get through 2.55 today, I wanted to focus on getting going. I suppose now that I did the materia quest, the thing is I didn't want to do the materia quest off stream because I wanted to make sure if there was any lore points around it that we could talk about it if we wanted to. But now that that's finished, I'm pretty sure we can just go ahead and I can do Gay Bulg off stream and I'll just have it ready for when we go into Heaven's Word. The thing is we'll be starting Heaven's Word tomorrow if we get it through 2.55. If not, we'll be finishing 2.55 tomorrow and then we will maybe either, we'll see. Oh, I don't know why I was doing that instead of Yida. I think the starter guides are cute, but I know they'll be meme to death. I hope they're meme to death. If they're meme to death, that's good because it means people be aware of them and also be a fun meme. But like my big thing is that I just hope they get used by new players. Oh my god. Oh right, I need to meet her at the Wraith Frost. That's why. Well, to be fair, we watch episode 1 and then 0. That is true. That is to be technically correct. Yes. Gay bulge. Gay bulge indeed. So fun fact, this area is called the Wraith Frost because when all this area turned to crystal, it looks like when grass freezes over, like when dew freezes over in the morning, and the sound of it cracking under feet sounded like, you know, like that. So beautiful, but also kind of, I went the wrong way. Beautiful, but also kind of horrifying. Let's move that over there. That's just a message from Ray. I always pronounce it Guy Bolg. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again, and it drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So, anyways, let's see it. Same symbol as Naomi and Lily. Oh, is there lore? Moon Daisy. Ooh, lore. Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Menfina during the daylight hours. Interesting. I don't think I have a note on that. Let me make a note on that. Moon Daisy, Minfina. I have a lot of notes on the other flowers that represent different gods, but I don't know that there is a. I have one on that. Moonbrita loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Warning that there's something that comes. Oh, Mini Midi, I love you. Don't we all? Yeah, maybe fog is like the worst weather for this cutscene.
Is that what I think it is?
Be interesting to have a small blurb on the lore of the flowers somewhere.
Can you
yeah.
hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Pray return. Hey guys, what does a MMO playing minister tell his flock at the end of his at the end of the ministrations on Sundays? Return to pray. Return and pray. Fasty, good to see you. Glad to have you. I would be interesting to have. Yeah, the thing is I put them in the 12s video. I have some stuff on that, and they're sprinkled in around. But having the problem, I wish I could make mini videos and not have them do terrible. But I would love to make a mini video on flowers. Oh man, I can't wait to watch the end of this critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV Realm Reborn, where nothing goes wrong at all. It's true, not even once. Not everything has always gone to plan. Pray, return to pray. There you go. Hey, the Issa emote getting some use. And I'm just gonna leave that there. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbrita's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Remember that you can also join, become a member for $1, and then that will allow you to use all the lovely emotes. And the more members that we have, the more emotes we can add. Return to pray. Oh God, please no. Bad Elio, don't make me get the Spitzer. Yeah, but I like... I shouldn't say it. Shouldn't say it. Yeah, but I like being wet. It's National Cat Day for all you Mikote players out there. Is it? There you go. The envoy is here. I think you're receiving much as short. Thank you for receiving me at such a short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly, you've come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun the attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of Templar knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is a reinforcements you seek, then. We do, and though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Kurthis at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah takes precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with the three grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. If the event that you plead does not receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Jellybean to mince. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows' involvements. You faced Midgard Summer and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of the hero well. 'Twould seem that it leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Elio. And in the morning, I'm making waffles. And Hrothgar. What about Hrothgar? Oh, well, Hrothgar interesting, right? Because you could somewhat you could argue tiger, somewhat you could argue lion. Do tigers and lions fall under Cat Day? Dragoon is my favorite class by far, especially the way they fight. Dragoons are so creative and what they wish they would see more in the fantasy genre. Dragoon's one of my least favorites. Sorry. Maybe I'll enjoy Dragoon more after Heaven's Word. Probably not, though, because I will be doing 60 content rather than 90.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Nope! If you have sons pay for father's misdeeds, you just create an endless cycle. People are responsible for what they do, not what others do.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus.
One could say we're
The
even,
sinner's
they're even Heaven's
feeble
Word.
magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
What did she think this was going to accomplish? Like, just really. Especially if she thought she was Shiva incarnate, she would know that Hraesvelgr would not be necessarily interested in this. But also, like, what did the destruction of Ishgard actually accomplish other than now endless, ceaseless conflict also from without? Ishgard needed... People of Ishgard responsible for its crimes needed to pay for its crimes, but it doesn't... Yeah. Ysael, like... I mean, like, let's remember, in that moment, she is whole Ysael, condoning and acting upon the destruction and death of innocents. And, for instance, for all of you out there who like Oh my god. Hildy. Not Hildy, like Hildebrand. Oh man, my brain's still foggy. Hilda. For all those of you like Hilda, she is sanctioning the death of Hilda. She's sanctioning the death of anyone who is good or kind within the confines of Ishgard, and they must burn along with everybody else. Yep, Hilda. I don't mean gameplay-wise. They leap into the sky and then leap back down with all of their weight in a massive spear of shattered dragon scales. It's cool as hell. You know what, Rin? I know multiple people who agree with you. I know multiple people like in like physical space who I have friends who would agree with you. I've never found dragoons that cool. Like they're cool, like they're fine, but like I've never found them like super duper cool. Now because they aren't, just like taste wise, I've just always been like, yeah. But like to me that's like no cooler than something like a Dark Knight, and at least yeah, like jump and like all that stuff was never particularly compelling to me. You sail, Ice Mom. Acknowledging your father's misdeeds is important, something Ishgard has trouble with, but you can't blame descendants for the action of their ancestors. I would also like to point out, Chris, that while you're not wrong and a large swath does ultimately have problems acknowledging them, the thing is that right now, no one can acknowledge them, because other than a very select few of people who are controlling the narrative, no one knows the actual events of what happened. She's clearly starting to believe her own propaganda, though she could do no wrong till the consequences were right in front of her face. Yep. I'm a dragon simp. That's probably why I like Nidhogg, kind of cute, you know? Right, Rin, that's a good point. Like, if you would like dragons, that's definitely gonna... I like dragons. I don't particularly, like, love dragons as an aesthetic and stuff. It seems I was swifter, Elio. You too, however, have arrived in time to spare... We arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the Gates of Judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. The actual explanation is that they probably had a different writer for her at that point. Nope, same writer. The guy who wrote ARR also wrote Heaven's Word, and the guy who wrote The Bridge also wrote Heaven's Word. So it is the same writer. No, I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that. I think that she still acts in that way until she's faced with the actual truth, and actually comes to grip with what not her own. I think Demins put it perfectly. She clearly believes her own propaganda and thought she could do no wrong till the consequences were right in front of her face, and not even just the consequences of her actions, but the fact that she was not half as right as she thought. I mean, the problem is that there's both sides are zealots, right? Like, that's part of what's causing the conflict in the first place. Not the original source, but it is part of why it is propagating, is that both sides are full to the brim with zealots. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. The Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layers of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered, I dare not think what might happen next. But if it weren't for them, we'd never clear any content. The floor would wipe us every trial. You know what's funny about the Dragoon, like, floor tank thing? Is that that's, like, maintained being a meme, even though, like, it hasn't been very true for almost 2 expansions. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Honestly, I see Reapers do dumb shit more often than Dragoons lately. Twould seem the heretics struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more on this back at camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. Oh, if only Power was here. I have a topic of conversation I wanted to bring up, but I'll wait till Power's here for it, because I think they'll like it. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do what we are bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horsevant will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. If you could have one mechanic added for 7.0, what would you have added? Like, it can be about a job. It can be about like a universal mechanic. It can be like I mean, like, think about like how swimming was added to Stormblood or flying was added to Heavensward. That, you know, like, I don't have an answer for this, by the way. It's just something that's I've been thinking about like 7.0 recently and what they might do for it. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countless of our friends when one homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence strokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? An overhauled glamour system. I mean, honestly, we'd probably be getting something like that in the point. We could get something like that in a Point X. But yeah, definitely I can imagine for 7.0. I thank you for coming with such haste. The apologies for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphinaud, I think it more important than ever that the meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's wall the moment our business is concluded. Before we move to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. I totally forgot that this is where they introduce him. I thought that they introduced him later on in Heavensward, like when you got to Heavensward. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? Impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even amongst the masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. Except for me, bitch! He, out of all of the warriors of Ishgard, we've chosen to wield the power of the dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter... I need to figure out a new voice for him, because of... You flatter... Okay, so I gotta go deep, right? Because we're gonna be doing a lot of him. You flatter me over much. No, it needs a little more grit. No, definitely not that much grit. You flatter me over much. I think I'll just go with that. You flatter me over much, Lord Commander. If ever I was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Elio. I did not come to challenge you this day. Okay, but what about when you disappeared into the ether? But, okay, are we gonna... How about... Should we address... No? Okay, cool. Well, now that we have been introduced, let us proceed with the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of the Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in the nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldreth, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars of our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldreth plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a trusted relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. Ooh, give me a second, guys. I want to set something up. Voice mod. I forgot that I had to restart my computer, so my voice mod thing is not set up. Oh, is display capture up? Display capture is up. Let's turn that off. Blue Ember. Yes. Okay, does my voice sound any different? Let me know, guys. In the meantime, I'm gonna read your comments, but in a normal voice. She's clearly starting to believe her own propaganda. Angrily smashing table, being able to put non-tabletop items in my apartment loft. Yeah. I can't say I care much about that because I don't care much about housing, but I want all of you. But like that's a very limited in scope thing for an expansion feature. Any reasonable player housing. I mean, to be fair, the problems with player housing are going to be partially probably solved by Island Sanctuary, and on top of that, the problems with player housing are rooted in a lot of other things. Subclassing? Hell no! Fuck no to subclassing. Please God, no to subclassing. Okay, I gotta talk about this real quick. The jobs, okay, so here's the thing. One, I really do not want a trait system or anything like that because every time I play an MMO or other game, like having traits for choice ends up not being choice. It ends up just being there's a meta or a optimal way to do it, and you kind of have to do it that way. And if you don't, like, sure, you might get away with it, but it's not a great experience. 14. If you want a different type of job, just play. If you want to have a different experience, play a different job. If you do subclassing, then what happens is that you're just diluting the difference and like identity of each job, and also making a system in which you need to then either figure out each thing having its own weapon or on like it. Subclassing with 14's design makes no sense if you think if it doesn't make sense because it makes the fine tuning harder. It makes it becomes a lot of there's so many problems that are introduced with subclassing, and all of the strengths of it, there are no strengths to it within 14's design, really, because literally the strength of a subclassing is found in just playing a different class, effectively. Because you can play any job. So you can just switch. Yeah, so having a sub job for samurai that makes it more like ninja, well, at that point, just play ninja, or have them make more jobs. You know, and the reason I'm about this is because I've heard a lot of people, for whatever reason, recently kept telling me how much they wanted traits in 14, and I'm like, no, please no. Hroth girls, yeah, Hroth girls are coming. Hroth girls probably will be in 7.0 feature. Asterion! He's the Astro Dragoon! And as a Glamour Addict, one thing I've always dreamed of having was multiple die slots. Yeah, if there's one thing I could say, one feature, the die system from Guild Wars 2, making that the die system for 14. Stinny is so cool, even his sparkles can't keep up. Like, there's several armors in games that are just recolors. Why not give control to the players and have one base set with 2 or even 3 dyeable parts each? Yeah, because it's work and difficult, and to go do that retroactively would be hard, especially when they already have the die system in the game. But yeah, I don't think the answer, I don't think it's actually spaghetti code. I think it's more just the amount of work to fix it at this point would be difficult. And not in a spaghetti code issue, but just in like it just would take time and work. Nope, still basic Elia. Nope, okay, sounded fine. So hype for Island Sanctuary. Yes, very hype for Island Sanctuary. I was so glad when they got rid of putting points and stats one level up, yeah. When people bring up subclassing, I have visions of them implementing weapon switching like ESO, hard pass, yeah. And it's weapon switching in 14, or in Guild Wars 2. Those systems can work. Those systems can be awesome. I desperately think that they go counter to the dance combat encounter design of 14. And I say that as someone who really would love to have like a dodge system like Guild Wars 2, but it just wouldn't work well with 14. OG 2.0 had the thing where you had to level unlock skills from one job to another. Hated it, yeah. Yeah, all sorts of bullshit that I think has gone poorly for it. Let's figure out why my voice ain't working then, shall we? Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably because it's feeding out through the blue ember. Okay, I'll fix that later. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself, secret deep within the vault, is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde who an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless marching of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours have passed. It's interesting. Estinian here already sounds like Heavensward Estinian, which makes sense. Much of Heavensward would have already been written at that point, so it's like... It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. Also worth remembering, the person who wrote Heavensward wrote Final Fantasy XVI. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole that this mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness that Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? Also, man, just on the topic of, like, subclassing, there would be no worse feeling than, oh, I really love, there's 2 subclasses for Paladin. I really love to play this. Also, subclassing with soul crystals is weird in and of itself. But I would love to play this subclass for Paladin because it's a healing spec, and everyone's like, nope, that healing spec it's not particularly good, so we don't want you, so you can't join our ultimate group, you can't join our savage group. You go to join savage group, and they say, like, nope, you can't play that. Because that's what happens. That's what happens when you introduce enough complexity that there are that many decisions that they can't keep things refined and of parity. And it happens in every game. It does happen in every game that makes it so that there's like situations in which there's so many variables that they can't keep track of them all. I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon and during the Battle of Cartnau, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempts to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing borders with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We shall assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the oncoming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Aymeric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Okay. If you take that and focus on that sticking up at the end, it's still there's a little more synthesis there. 1.0 classic, yeah. God, 1.0 classic. Honestly, I want 1.0 classic remove the combat. Like literally, I just want to be able to explore. I would still play the combat, but like I want to explore the quest, the world, open like all of that stuff, and not in videos, but to actually explore it. I missed an hour. I'm sorry, Kathra. No worries. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Always glad to just have you. You can always catch back up on the hour that you missed later on with the yeah. No worries whatsoever. Wait, is the Eye back in the vault, or does Aymeric not know that Estinian took it away from Ishgard? He did take it away from Ishgard, and then he apparently returned it, but no one explains that, and so they just kind of go with it. He took it away from Ishgard. He now gave it back to Ishgard, but basically there's like about 1 quest line's worth of like explanation about what the fuck happened in between the interim of the very ending of the Dragoon quest line and where we are at this moment, and it's not that it makes no sense, but like there's just a little bit that would have really helped to clarify. When 6.2 comes out, are you going to do the new Steps of Faith? Yes, I will. I'll go back and do the Steps of Faith. I'll also be streaming 6.2. Maybe I'll redo the Steps of Faith on the same stream that I replay 6.2 on. Me having completed the level 50 Dragon Quest, I have very much reason to worry, Estinian. Yes. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg's eye. It was not in Nidhogg's eye. It was Nidhogg eye. He means to hurl his horde against Daphne's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. You have anything interesting to say? Tell me. Nidhogg, he is the source of our suffering. If we do not fell the worm, these endless clashes count for naught. I am painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, gladly shall I bow my head and beg for aid. I expect, nay, welcome, the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Yeah, to be fair, it was not Amaric's decision to make. Though circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Amaric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look at his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspected this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Maybe a little too interesting. If we are to aid Ishgards in the war of theirs, perhaps will have to be made and soon. Preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Honestly, maybe it's good that chat's a little quiet, because that way I can try and get to... Because we're already going a bit. Let me see. MSQ. Oh, what was Dr. like? We are on... Worm's Roar, okay. We're going a little slow. We may not make it to 2.5. We'll see. We'll see if we make it to 2.55. If not, I will go retroactively change the thumbnail, if need be. Chat, quiet. Why would you say that? I mean, because no one's talking? I don't mean quiet literally in terms of sound. Y'all can shout. It doesn't change it.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Tracy, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury. All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity
No
about
one's
what
gonna be
has been
sorry.
proposed.
You're all welcome to be quiet.
We would be directly intervening in the war.
I'm just observing that it
But
may
if
be handy.
all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can
Those
yet save,
Words of Louis Soir.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Thank you, Ray Ray. Ooh, I should put those shirts you put together, and then I should buy one. I'd love to like have some like of our merch like show up on stream actually. Love to be a walker to the end. Some might even love to be forging ahead. Hey guys. Guys. You know what I am? I'm a Shadowbringer. I love how Alfino went from being an arrogant, self-righteous, know-it-all kid to a very kind, caring, loving human being. I mean, the thing that's like interesting is that like the problem was that he cared a lot, but he cared abstractly, and Alfino cared deeply. The problem is he abstracted too much people, right? And also needed some life lessons. But yeah, no, I love his character. I mean, I love every Scion's character arc. The only Scion character arc that I don't love, and it's not because I don't love, but it's because they just don't have a big arc, is Y'shtola. Because Y'shtola grows, but she doesn't have an arc really in her place from where she is, you know, even in ARR really onto where she's at in 6.0. Like really. And that's not to detract from her. Not everyone needs a major character arc. But because of that, unsubbed, blocked. You're welcome, Chris. Perhaps it will happen in 7.0. I think so. 6.x and 7.0. I think 6.x alone will be a lot of character development for Y'shtola. If not development, then at least a augmentation of, continuation of, and there's going to be a lot of Y'shtola in 6.x. I have bid the Archons farewell. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge the Grand Company's soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance's leaders to grant such supports I leave to Alfino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray, brief Slathborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp on the practical challenges we may encounter. I'd argue she is potentially starting one now. Yeah, Justinium. I think, especially if I think 6.x is going where I think it's going, she is either getting not like, oh, she's never going to be around again or going to be a part of the Scions, but she's getting a form of climax, closure, and or character arc. Yeah. It depends on how they continue to play her out from here, but if 6.x goes the way I think it's going, then yeah, very much so. Oh, we are rather close to the Kurthus, aren't we? We best see to our defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have your beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for an eventuality. Let's go, Elio. I have 101 things to discuss with Slathborn. Remark. Yeah, that's part of it. That is a part of it. Deathberry, welcome back. I have returned. I needed to hop off for work stuff for a moment. Yeah, welcome back. I was going to make a remark about that, but then realized it's not Sunday. Slope Sunday. That was the wrong sloppy, but Slope. Also, Ray sent me a bunch of links for like how to do a Mancunian accent, and so I've been practicing that. I'm not good at it. Mostly it's not that I'm not good at it. The problem is like I don't think like, oh, I need to do this, this, and this with my mouth. I have to just practice enough to get to my place where I can just like do it. Like my mouth forms it. So like while I'm practicing, I can't like just be like, here's how I do it and then do it and do it poorly. I either can or can't in a binary. Every slope Sunday, if you believe. Every day is sloppy Sunday, if you believe it is. It's true. But I'm not streaming on Twitch every Sunday. Speaking of, we just bought, thanks to Issa, we just bought the first 6 Final Fantasies, maybe even the first 7 Final Fantasies on. Or no, I have 7 already. So we're gonna start doing the Final Fantasy replay live streams sometime. I'm gonna figure out. We don't really have time currently. We might switch out community night, and then I'll just do community nights off stream. That way, if people want to hang out, it can be more chillax. Especially, but maybe not. We'll see. And I'd so like you to spread the word to the settlers and adventurers in town. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Karthus, then the toll must be ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for the infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for you rounding up the volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgard's soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. How's audio balance, by the way? Oh, I know that staff. Fun fact. There's actually a fun entry about that staff. It's actually got a lovely little story. There we go. The Cleeply. Dissatisfied with Gridania's ruling class, a conjurer of somewhat ill repute fastened a Mericidian mask carved from the body of a worshipper of Sephiroth to the living root of a heaven's pillar, believing that this resulting crook would grant him the ability to commune with the elementals, a talent reserved for the city-state's hearers, the Pagel. So there's such thing as a Mericidian mask. So that's a Mericidian mask, first off, which is interesting because it seems almost aboriginal, further fueling our idea that Mericidia is probably Australian. But it's also that was carved from one of his worshippers because his worshippers are tree people. How are the bots here? Oh man, not having Tethys or Ray on it here. Let me give me a quick second to change out the settings for that. Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to get the settings so that the bots don't keep doing that. Customization, subscribers, 1 minute. So you have to be subscribed for 1 minute in order to chat. So if the bots want to subscribe to me, that's on them. Red Hero, good to see you, glad to have you. And thank you, Didi. Boomerang range DPS coming? It's not impossible. Definitely not impossible. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Too dissimilar to Dancer, probably? Yeah, that's fair, I guess. I mean, you could make an identity that's different, but yeah, I feel like you could just give Dancers the boomerangs. No, I think you're probably right. Unless you create like a very unique type of boomerang. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Old Wilrid was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? Poor Wilrid. Gods damn it, I fear as much. No one's bloody seen him, and it's like the ground's opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilrid stopped turning up for a duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenary adventurers and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That ain't the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in the crew, Wilrid, a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilrid. Any road, you got a ward of wage, so I'll let you get on it. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Elio. I just know I glanced back for a second here at my tablet and all of a sudden was seeing a wave of creeper bots. Yeah. Yeah, it's always... The only bots we get are adult dating sites. But you have to wonder, they wouldn't do it if it didn't work, but who's clicking on those links? Who's going for those... You know, like again, there's no way they wouldn't do it if it didn't work. And yet... So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I pledge myself to God's revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do... Oh god, he has the staff! He has the staff! The Trent staff. Sell my blade to the Ishgard? Well, them dragons are fearsome lot, but I'd say my fair share of the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk he did. So I'd put up with worse for that for a heavy purse. It's me, I'm clicking those links, my bad. See, Domin's like, I know you're probably joking. And yet... Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventurer in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. I'm very gullible and... Oh, my heart. Well, to all of you who are lonely, I'm glad you're here with us now. Thank you, Elio. So did you sway any hearts? 1 or 2, eh? Well, added to mine, that'll make 3 or 4, not including Slathborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one revenant soul veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been a word from Alfino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late, Alfino said. Alfino said that he would meet you at the Royal Promenade. To Ul'dah, away with you from Mordona, and now we teleport. Maybe we should make that... I'm not even going to joke about that. I was about to say maybe we should make a funding goal, me singing an entire stream. But I think that's a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. Because we're an entire stream in Gabby voice, but that's about... I mean, like, that's just easy. Also, I'm not sure that'd be entirely intelligible. Oh, but what about singing in Gabby stream? Chamber of Rule. Where's Chamber of Rule? And now I'll teleport to the Chamber of Rule. Going to speak to the small boy who still has not grown up despite this game being out a decade. Nighttime sharpens heightened its sensation, darkness stirs, and wakes Gabby's imagination. Is that what you're looking for Chris? Either idea would be awesome. That is indeed a terrible idea. That's it. Ray Ray's important. Ray Ray keeps me in check. Entire Alexander raid series in Gabi voice. I'll do that. Like half of that's just gonna happen. Oh, I'm so excited to do Alexander. My apologies for calling you away from the task. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obligated to attend. The alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? I'm glad you guys seem to enjoy that one.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal
Just gotta
Braves
get a
are
Gabi
yours
band
to
together.
command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
All I'll say is if you like Gabi singing, you're gonna like next April Fool's Day.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
Especially when Ishgard dipped on them not only once but twice, when they really needed them.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
Alphino! You
Crises like these are the very
motherfucker!
reason
Do you
why
know
this
what the Crystal
alliance was
Braves
formed.
are?
It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
You're right, but you're wrong.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand
I don't think it's
so
that he's
simple a
full of
concept,
himself.
then you have no place at this table.
This will be a good conversation for afterwards. John, I don't know if I saw you earlier, but good to see you. Glad to have you.
Forgive me, Admiral.
I don't think this is
careless
full
in
of
my
itself
choice
is
of
different
words.
in my mind. It's missing the trees for the forest.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
In this moment, Alphino is focused on his idealism more so than the practicalities of reality, and also, it's not just full of himself. Like, it's slightly misguided. Like, to me, full of himself would be coming in saying, you will do X, you know, or like there's like, as if acting as if he does have that power, rather than he is trying to hearken onto their reason and frustrated with him for that. And I guess for me, I read that slightly differently. But within the confines of this, Alphino is like, Ishgard needs saving. And they're like, yes, but Ishgard being saved doesn't matter if everything else falls apart. And also, on top of that, you're in a situation in which it's not just like, they didn't help us, we're not helping them, but it's also literally, we don't know that we can even trust them. They literally don't know that they can trust Ishgard. Ishgard betrayed them effectively. I mean, betrayed them once and didn't hearken on to them second time. And so while Ishgard had reasons for doing what it did, they can't commit themselves in the way that would be particularly helpful. Now, that said, I think to not Alfino's point, but to kind of what would be smart on their part, send a small company from each of the grand companies, because you then potentially can take advantage of those relations for broader, especially like for like Gridania, right, dealing with the Ixali. If they had relationships with Ishgard, strong relationships with Ishgard, it would make sense to be able to have extra help with that. So like a token force, I think, would have been the smarter play here. And again, that hypocrisy, and not even just hypocrisy, but it's really not even just hypocrisy. It's just blatant unawareness, like unthinking irony, almost even,
Grace,
coming from Alfino, is
of
part of this
forces.
arc that's being set up.
If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard.
I'd also point out that his indignation is coming from a point of deep empathy for Ishgard. So it's not even as simple as saying he doesn't have empathy, because he's not coming in just being like, it's that he can't see. It's not an inability to empathize. It is a focus-minded empathy on one group, not thinking about the broader picture. When he needs to be thinking about the broader picture, and thinking about the broader picture when he needs to be focusing on a little bit more on the individuals, like with the Crystal Braves.
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
No, and again, when I'm like correcting words, it's not because I'm attempting to correct words. It's mostly because I think the nuance of it is valuable and discussing, because it helps you harken down onto the core of what is exactly, you know. So it's not even like, oh, you chose the wrong words. It's just like, you know, I wouldn't say it's empathy, because it's more like this.
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
It's the same voice actress.
Carry on.
I didn't realize it was the same voice actress as Nanamo. That's really funny. Yeah, thank you, Ray Ray. If you enjoyed the stream and you aren't already a member of our Discord, why not come join us and have lovely conversations around Final Fantasy XIV, lore discussions, and other things as well. Merle puts him in his place. I love her. Yeah, I mean, Merle's pretty good at that. She's used to dealing with people's bullshit. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horsefant and Sir Aymeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. It is ironic somewhat to consider their council short-sighted. Now, again, I do think Alfino actually does have a point in that we know that there's, with the forces they have, they should have been able to send token forces, and that would have been a good sign, and we know that having that led by Warrior of Light would have been potentially been helpful. So there is actually some merit to Alfino's point. Captain Ilberd, what news? And the assault has begun. We have but a moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. We move our forces in a position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian hordes ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Elio, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses of the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcelin at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. If you would like to join me for the Steps of Faith, go meet at the Tea Tree. If you don't know where the Tea Tree is, you can ask someone in the chat. But this will probably be the last time you ever do the Steps of Faith as they're meant to be done. Well, not as it's meant to be done, but as it was designed originally. Doesn't someone in the meeting mention they're sending token forces, or is that something else? They're talking about the, well, from what I heard, they're not sending token forces, they're letting free companies take over for them. And so that's different. What I'm saying is if you send Maelstrom, sending in a token force of Maelstrom, Immortal Flames, or Twin Adders, as opposed to sending in free companies, because the free companies are basically, they're free. They're not tied to the Eorzean city-states, and so it's not a show of force and unity in the same way. Obvious Bikers, chaps. You are appointed the captain of Sellsword Contingent. Then welcome. There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This, of course, merely a precursor to the assault of Ishgard proper. The Willy Serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Templar Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once the advancing skirmishes are slain. Gonna kick some dragon butt. Dragon tails, let's kick all the ass and take their dragon tails. I think that's how the song went, right? It's been a long time since I've watched PBS. Okay, hey, who here in America watched PBS as a kid? Well, PBS Kids as a kid. I did. Is it only? I thought this was gonna be a bigger. Okay. That show was after my time. That show was after your time. Ah, I guess I suppose, right. I forget most people in my viewership are either older than me or. Okay, well then I'm about to do something that. Let me see if this works. I don't know why, but this just like came to my mind, and now I want to frickin' have a blast for the past real quick.
Bark.
Doink.
Anyone else remember those like? Like those add-in symbols?
WFYI.
Probably those of you who are older than me may not remember those as much. And for those of you who are watching an MSQ replay, in the midst of it I'm pulling up a PBS Kids ad commercial, I'd apologize, but at this point, you've watched, what, 28 of these? You should be on to how this whole thing seems to go. In UK, I did watch PBS Kids a bit, but I also have a horrible memory. Well, I wonder if did that bring back any memories for you? Demins. I did. Dragon Tales was dope. Nice. I was at 321 Contact. What's 321 Contact? Help me, John. I have no idea what that is. Does my kids watching it count? Yeah, that counts. I mean, if you're familiar with it. But let me put it this way. That one that was 1999, I was 4 years old in 1999. Arthur and Cyber Chase were my fave. I never watched a lot of Cyber Chase. I want to say Cyber Chase wasn't after my time. It was technically during my time, but I just never watched a lot of it. But yeah. Reading Rainbow. Yeah. Reading
Butterflies in the sky. Dobby can go twice as high. Let's take a look. It's in a book. It's reading Rainbow. I was trying to think of a Dobby joke, but can't come up with anything.
I was too old to be the target demographic, but it's still a great show. Fascinating background story. Ooh, hey, Red Hero, good to see, glad to have you. In case I didn't say it, but also is what in terms of background story and if it's creation, because I'd love to hear about it. I remember Dragon Tail's name literally and nothing else. I feel like an Ascian just shoved a memory crystal into my head. You're welcome. Doink. Wait, Ray, did you know it? Did PBS play in the UK? Go watch the Canadian House Hippo commercial. You know what? We'll have to do that on a Sloppy Sunday. Speaking of, next Sloppy Sunday, we're going to be playing Among Us together. If you want to come join that. We kind of have a full stacked house already, but we'll figure that out. And we may be using comms to make it, to induce hilarity. I literally don't remember any of those, but I watched shows on it. Kid Science show from the 80s. Nice. See, the Kid Science show I know from growing up is Bill Nye the Science Guy. Don't make me sing Barney. Slope. I was 11 in 99, so you're not that much older than me. And reading Rainbow LeVar before he was on TNG. Yeah, I was 50 in 1999. Jesus Christ. Tracy, I love having you around because of the disparity of that. You were twice my age in 1999. That's fascinating. I mean, like, I know I'm just, like, mentioning causality exists, but it's so interesting that we are both thinking, feeling human beings, and yet you had lived so much more life than I had, obviously, when I was 4. I was barely a cognizant, if he was even arguably a cognizant human being. Yeah. No, PBS was not a thing in the UK. Okay. Among Us. My oldest grandson was 9 in 1999. Qatar, Catherine, I love that stuff's fascinating to me. Which is like, it's so lovely to have some of you guys, like, the disparity in age. Endlessly fascinating to me. Also endlessly heartwarming in that whole proving that, like, you know, there's that conceptualization of that gaming is for X category or Y demographic, or and to like just throw that in a blender and be like, nah, you're gonna see all of it here. Have not played Among Us since it peaked in 2020, so this should be interesting. I mean, like, the fundamental premise of, you know, Mafia, Werewolf, and is once you play it once or twice, you know how it goes. It'll definitely be a funny time. That's for sure. Two of the best things about Cyber Chase: Gilbert Gottfried and Christopher Lloyd. I mean, that's true. If you have Gilbert Gottfried and Christopher Lloyd around, those are both good. Gotta have some Iago and Doc Brown. Oh man, now I have Bill Nye stuck in my head.
Bill, now the Dobby guy.
Dragon Tales was created by a retired teacher and turned artist, and a PBS exec saw his art and an art show and recruited him to make the show. I love it when stories like that happen. Sadly, I feel like you don't see as many stories like that. Those stories seemed a lot more happened in the 90s, partly because shows were more common, and also because I think maybe because of still using cells, like animation cells, that might have been part of it. Because you would see like traditional artists, you know, you have to have that baseline skill in order to be able to do some of the stuff. I don't know why you don't see that as much anymore. What news and adventure? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scally hides. Hold fast to the grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in battles to come. I was 8 in 1999, so Demand, you're only 4 years older than me. Ere you commit yourself to your siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form a barrier we call Daphne's Collar. Oh, actually, I think that's written in an E1. I just didn't have that memorized. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, the thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land hindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remnants of our remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. I shall be tasked as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out onto the steps of faith and prepare to meet the horde. May the fury guide your blades. Power, you're here. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Well, then I'll bring up my point of conversation that I was thinking about later. I was 3 in 1999. Hey, Purple, you're younger than I am. There we go. I will watch and laugh because playing werewolf-style games gives me anxiety, which I feel is an example of God's style of humor. I love playing those style of games. So I will, as long as you're they're joining in and having a good time, that's key to me. Okay, I'm gonna come to you guys now to pick you up. Yeah, turning 31 in a few months. Nice. Yeah, I am turning 27 in literally, basically almost exactly a month. A month and a day. By the way, did you see my small rant about Scholastic quest lines? It depends on where you ranted about it. And honestly... Okay, cool. So, come join me if you would like to go to do the steps of faith. I'm also going to go get water, so I'm going to wait here for a second while I wait for you guys.
You spin gobby right round, spin gobby right round.
If only Jellybean was here, then there'd be spinning gobby right round. But also, I literally remember very little of the Scholastic quest, so I need to sit down and replay all of them. Head empty, no thoughts, only spin. Yeah, starting 6.2, this will be a solo. Yeah, that's why we're doing it this way now. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of knowing supporting your favorite archivist, and specifically allowing me to eat. For me, actually, honestly, I've actually been able to eat pretty consistently lately, thanks to you guys over on Patreon, so thank you. For me, being a middle-aged means that people half your age are full adults. Yeah, it's a weird feeling. Like, I mean, it's already a weird feeling for me to be 27 and to know that, like, there are people drinking who were born after 9/11. Legally drinking, I mean. But yeah, come join us, and yeah, come have a good time with us. Steps of Faith. I'll be right back. Oh, John Sleeper, people half my age can drink. Jesus, don't remind me that Zoomers are of legal drinking age. It's true. Afraid so. Only got 2? Okay. Well, we can work with that. Just checking. Is anybody on their way? We are on Crystal Curl. This order of operations, okay. So these are together. Did they like, okay, oh, I see. So Battle of the Embers Heart, Naval Heart. Okay, I think that's why it's so weird. Because what should be happening is after Port Decuma, no, yeah, so there never was a normal version, so all the hards immediately go into the hard categorization, but then the thing is that the hard versions of like Thorn March, World Eater, Striking Tree, Akaft don't have normal, so that's why they're not in this list, because this list is nothing with hard or extremes, but also that's just still really weird. Not just century, but millennium. My little brother already gives me shit for being born in a different century than him. Steps of Faith. Okay, final call. Seems like it's just us then. I would join, but I'm still at work for a while. Yeah, no worry, Deathberry. It's just interesting. Some days, like, we have, like, more than enough, and some days it's under. It's just... I don't know. Sometimes because people are working, sometimes people have, headaches. You have, like, Jellybean is out currently with a headache. I hope they're feeling better. a lot of like the usual people are a little bit out. Hearing my little bit refer to the PS2 as the classic era of gaming made me crumble into dust and be blown away with a stray breeze. I've got some bad news for you. Is this one of you guys? No, I don't think so. I'm just not in the mood to relog into my alt. Yeah, no worries. It's not a demand. It's merely a putting the option out there. But the Wii came out 16 years ago. And if you think about that, the Wii is older now than the Super Nintendo was when we played, like, when you were playing the Wii. I can come if you like. Sure, yeah, we'll always want more people. I mean, we'll wait for now. If more people come in, we'll unsync and get them. I'm in the middle of the fate for the sylphs. Elio, I say this with as much love and respect as possible. You are a bad person for reminding me of this. Oh boy. You know what? Here, while we wait for Ray, you know what we'll do real quick? Seeing as this sync is taking a second. What we're gonna do... And if anybody else wants to come join while that's... Okay. Everyone must be made aware of this. So, the Wii came out in 2006. Right? That is 16 years ago. If we go 16 years back from the Wii, that's 2000, that's 1990. The Super NES comes out the same year. If we go back to the PlayStation 2, which is, what, 2001? 2000? Yeah, 2000. So that's 22 years ago. So that's 1988. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, 1988, you get the Sega Genesis. What actual year? Am I going crazy then? What actual year is... Neo Geo, Sega Commodore 64. Where is the SNES? Shouldn't it be... Is it... Oh, right, it's 83. I always forget that it's that early. I forget that the NES was around for that freaking long before getting... I always think of it as like 86. But yeah, feel old? Oh, hey, look, we got some more. Nope, I turned off my game capture. Oh, I don't know why I'm trading, Ray. Ray, your character looks great doing dances. Like, most characters do, but, like, your costume looks like a outfit that you could actually, like, dance in. So, like, not that, you know, Qatar, if they were dancing, doing that dance wouldn't look great. But let's just say doing Dragoon male dancing is a little bit, little different than a nice, cute skirt with lovely, like, boots and stuff. Let's... Atari Spectrum... Elio, oh boy, the Wii, we played so much of that console. The 1990s will forever be 10 years ago for me. Yeah. Well, you know what really sucked? It used to be easy to be like, this is how many years back in time was something, because you could be like, during the 2000s, you could be like, you know, if it's 90s, 10, da, da, da. And then, like, then it, like, kept going and going and going. 1990s will be forever. We had completed Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 so hard we had every single character max equipped. The only one I ever played was Dragon Ball Z Budokai. The original, like, just the Dragon Ball Z Budokai on PlayStation 2. I played the shit out of that. Great game. I mean, they're not great fighting games, but they're really fun, like, not skillful fighting games. Elio, no, don't do this to me. You're like a year older than me. Don't make me feel old. We need to do a community glamour night. I mean, if people are interested in doing a community glamour night, we can. Here's the thing. I don't want to come up with events, put all the effort into hosting an event and not have people come. And I'm not saying nobody would, but because of that, if people want a thing to happen, the best thing you can do is say, like, I'd like this to happen and, like, try to show me that other people are interested in doing it. Because, I can tell you from personal experience, there's no worse feeling than putting a lot of effort into, this isn't 14 related, but, like, even in real world, like, running, like, college clubs and stuff, putting a bunch of effort into trying to get a thing to happen and, like, putting a bunch of time, effort, and money into making a thing, and then not very many people show up. So, I mean, part of that's also on me. I just need to make more and better videos to increase our viewership, to get people to, like, so that we have a wider breadth of people who are interested, who know about us, who would then be interested in doing similar events. Elio, please, my knees are already creaked like an 18th century Spanish war galleon. I feel so old now. All age must be measured only in spans of video game consoles. Let's get him, boys! Probably should have got my butt up first. I got you, Ray Ray. Maintain damage. Okay, if that other tank needs to keep the mob near this guy. We want to try to keep the damage up on Bishop. Otherwise, we're not gonna do enough DPS. Fair reminder, the Xbox 360 is considered a retro console. I mean, it is. It just factually is. And also, my favorite thing is to remember, like, we feel that way now. Remember that people who were, like, in their 20s and 30s and stuff when we were kids felt the same way. Like, I try to focus on the empathy aspect of it. Like, this is a thing that everybody's gonna go. The Zoomers are gonna go through this. When we get to the PS7, they're gonna be like, dude, you remember the PS5? Like, it's that. Oop. The OG version of this was almost impossibly difficult. Like Heavensward version, was it just mechanically it was hard to do enough damage, or what? I can't believe they're turning into a solo duty. I can, because I can imagine like all the mechanics that you could introduce into actually fighting him and making it a really cool engagement rather than this dragon just be walking. I think it's gonna be a ton of fun. I bet you it's gonna be a lot of fun. I bet you mechanically it's gonna be wholly like reworked. What if I just want to sensuously cuddle with absolute massive lad of a dragon? You better begin to vor because he's gonna eat you. I love this raid, it's so relentless. Yeah, the pace of him constantly going forward. I wish there was a little more to do with it. Like, I wish there were more like things like you could have people get up on the like palisades and stuff and like fire down on him, like make it a little more engaging. Instead of video game console, what's crazy is that there's a meme somehow about Mario. We think about 20 years ago when Super Mario World. No, about 20 years ago when Super Mario Sunshine. Yep. I mean, Super Mario 21 years ago, right? Because Super Mario Sunshine is 2001, isn't it? Instead of video game consoles, I'm approximately 2 weeks older than Pokemon. Like 96? So what? So you're born, or do you mean like Japanese release, or do you mean American release? if mobs are with Bishop, then you can AoE them and Bishop at the same time. So that's why you want to stack them. No, only me and my generation specifically experienced the unrelenting passage of time. Everyone else was already old or young, and they sprouted from the earth fully formed, much like the dwarves from the works of Aule, the smith, one of the Valar of Valinor, one of the Ainur of Eru Ilúvatar's creations. Why am I now talking about Lord of the Rings lore? It's that kind of day. You had to make sure they used the cannons to stop Bishop so you could damage him, I think. Oh, interesting. I wonder if there was more complication and then they were having problems with people actually all doing the mechanics, and so that's why they changed it this way. Well, they're reworking this. Yeah. I'm not, in fact, at Tavor. I'll be honest. A little surprised. Not that there's like any specific assumptions about people being in Tavor or people who are in Tavor, but just like there is a disproportionate representation of people in Tavor in the furry population. That's all I'm saying. It's not a judgment on furries, just a clear truth. Super Mario Kart on PS2 approximately 27 years ago. Well, PS2 didn't come out until 2000. Wait, what? My brain. Oh, okay. What? Super Mario Kart? Also, does anybody else not like the SNES Mario Kart that much? I love like the N64 one and the GameCube one and all the ones after it, but like doing faux 3D on 2D ain't my game. 96. Yeah. Okay. So you do mean the American release. Got it. I'm surprisingly vanilla for a furry. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, honestly, partly that's because people misunderstand furries broadly too and assume that furries equate to sexual, and it doesn't. Have I ever told you guys the story about? And I'm not a furry. Not that there's a problem with being a furry, and not only is there not a problem, but like to all who are, go you. But I only say that's in predicate for what I'm about to say next, which is, have I ever told you about this time that I accidentally was part of running the world's largest furry convention in Chicago? Are you talking about Mario Kart 64? I think 27 years ago, Mario Kart 64. That would make sense. Yeah. Is this the final thing? No. Okay. Thank you, Dragoons! Oh god, you helped run Midwest Fur Fest? Yes. This was a couple years back. This was the year I got anthrax attacked. But I was close friends with people who were on the board for it, not realizing it. And then they asked me to come help them, and I was not entirely aware of what I was helping with. But, and then I got there, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And honestly, that's the story. But the time that but just the phrase, that time I accidentally got roped into running the world's largest furry convention is a phrase that I will never tire of saying what? Oh, chlorine bomb. Sorry, chlorine bomb, not anthrax. I was what now? Split screen, thought it was PS2, but more likely to be Nintendo SNES. Split screen Mario Kart from 27 years ago. 22, so what, 3... The dragons! They're withdrawing! Victory is ours! 22, that's 5 years. 5 years is what? I'm talking about 94, 95. So that would have been Mario Kart. That could have been the SNES Mario Kart if it was 27 years ago. Because because Mario Kart, N64 Mario Kart doesn't come out till like, what, 96, 97, or 98? So, yeah, that sounds like SNES Mario Kart on the SNES. Super Mario Kart on the SNES. Look at these random ass adventurers. I wish it would have actually just showed you guys. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this a battle of slaughter? Have you grown so fond of that stench of your lair? Estinian! Mayhap you prefer you have allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. It's absolutely amazing how all my social circles are somehow intertwined, just the smallest friggin' world. It's a mad, mad world. Elio, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Since this is YouTube, we are contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe, and comment, and join. Also, sorry that we have to do it all the time, but it can tell you that factually, anytime I say like, share, subscribe, comment, or join, people often will join membership, but also will like, share, or comment, or subscribe. Like, so like, it works. Forgive me. I think I got cut from all the edge. I got a cut from all that edge from Estinian. Commander Levier, true to your word, you have arrived in aid in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon, that they might express my thanks to you with proper courtesy. I'm trying to figure out how that dragon got on the bridge. Because he didn't come from the Ishgard side. And if he came from this side, he would have had to plow through all this, because he didn't fly in. So I'm like trying to figure out how the dragon got on the fucking bridge. I too would offer my thanks, Elio. Through your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished, and mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred the gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggle against the dragons and primals, the Asians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. It is a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I for one would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah and resign those braves whose squads have suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. Oh, right, in the opening thing. No, Tracy's right. I totally forgot that there's the opening video for it and you see him fly in on that. Thank you, Tracy. I had not watched that video in years, and we just watched it now, but I was so focused on talking to you guys, it didn't occur to my brain. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out and finally solving that mystery for me. Because, like, I've always wondered, because if you... If you look at the bridge, right? There's all this here. Up in Ishgard. Wow, you're right. Look at me. I'm commenting now. See, okay, but like, you're A, making a joke to Stinium, and also, it proves the point. Like, that's also like why it's weird, because like, you simultaneously don't want to be desperate and needy, but if you want to be a content creator who's not a large content creator, whose videos don't like automatically do crazy numbers, being a little desperate and needy, it works a little. Just gonna say, I don't like it, but... The OG edgy boy. Edge McEdgerton. Eagle Ceres. Eagle Ceres? Eagle Crest? Eagle Ceres, good to see you, glad to have you. Estenian was channeling all of Dragoon's inner Kane Highwind. I mean, to be fair, like, he's... Honestly, actually, I would say that Kane is less edgy than Estinian, generally. And that Kane is also... I mean, the only time he's really edgy is when he's under mind control. And on top of that, I'd point out that, like, honestly, Cecil, or Cecil, depending on which version of the game you play, is way more edgy before becoming a paladin in some ways than, or I guess more broody really than edgy. A wizard did it.
You're a wizard, Gabby.
Anything interesting to comment on? No. I'm faced by a merciless mountain of administrative chores. Thankfully, this one battle I'm well equipped to fight. Well, I spent the rest of my gil on glamour, so if we do a glam contest, anyone needs some murder? Well, so here's the thing for a glam contest, though. Like, well, and we can talk about this. You know what? I bet Ray Ray would also like to help put that together. I shouldn't speak for Ray Ray, but I have a supposition that Ray Ray might enjoy that, knowing how into glam Ray Ray is. But we'll have to figure out, because, like, to me, my mind, it goes the only way to, like, have a glam contest is to have, like, a category for people to compete in. Otherwise, you're just going to my taste. Elio, welcome back. Alfino sent word of the siege, and of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Elio. Thank you. Maybe what we'll do is we'll have a glamour contest, but we'll actually we'll give a prize out. Maybe we'll do like a T emote prize, so that way people will feel like they want, like, incentivized to join in. Cecil's more broody as a Dark Knight, but that's because he's depressed. Yeah, and rightly so. You must be weary, Elio, and now may very well be your only chance to... Ain't no rest for the wicked. Antecedent. A message from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'Dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. Nothing could go wrong there. It would seem that we are to be or recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as a commander of the adventurers contingent, and the archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place as such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere that siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbrida, and I for one am in no mood to carouse, but I suppose we must put away our grief for a good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Guys, this is going to be one of the last times you hear monophilia. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Anyone need some murder? I have a glam in mind for it. Who's Cecil? Cecil's more broody. Cecil's main protagonist from Final Fantasy IV. I'd be happy to help. Awesome, Ray Ray. Maybe I'll like shirk that. I don't want to say shirk that duty onto you, but I may ask for a lot of help getting that set up in terms of what makes sense for people. And maybe the hard part for me is combining the theme with, well, being 47. I mean, if you're just going to enter in as 47, you're probably not going to do great because I've already seen that. Like, people get points for originality. Because, like, yeah, your 47 glam is awesome. But, like, you know, like, you want something bespoke for a contest. I renamed them myself, my friends, when I played. For Final Fantasy IV. Just pour on Gil, yeah. Tataru is conspicuously absent. A primal shackles its faith with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I fear the power Thancred wields over his admirers is rather more fickle. Especially when each realizes that she is not the sole objection of his affections. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? Oh god, make it stop! My sides are about to burst! Well, I'm the one who procured the rarest ores. You best watch your tongue. Oh my god, all the women are fighting over it. This is great. Ladies, please, this is no way to... Oh, hello, Elio. I was just, entertaining some friends. Oh god, help. I need to remember this section so I can get some, like... I'm so sad that this is a bespoke animation, as far as I can tell, that isn't, I don't think players can use it. Unless, Ray, you know of a way to do that. How come he gets all the Mikote chicks? I'm the hero. Because as far as the Warrior of Light seems to be, as far as it seems, Warrior of Light might be Ace. The only thing he has romantic attraction to is adventure. Also, it's not just Mikote. It's Mikote, Hyur, Mikote, Eorzean, Hyur. Where's the Rogadin? You got poor taste, Thancred. Poor taste. Tataru, I believe she stepped outside. Now that I think of it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Dad Crid over here embarrassing himself. He ain't Dad Crid yet. He's still Thancred. Dad Crid comes later. He's Daddy Crid right now, but he ain't Dad Crid yet. He brought this upon himself. He did. Well, you can, but not the legal way. Yeah, well, no. Well, but also, if you have to hand animate things using outside third-party programs, it's a huge pain in the ass. So you wouldn't be able to use that emote. You would be using something else that you custom made. So it still wouldn't be the ability to use that emote. Thancred pre-Shadowbringer says the brooding bad boy image going from. I don't even think it's brooding. It's more like bard. You know, like the charismatic bard, ladies' man bard. I mean, he gets the brooding, I guess, in Heaven's Word. From after A Realm Reborn, after 2.x, he then does become brooding, that's true. But he also doesn't become as ladies' man. After 2.x, he stops being as much of a ladies' man. Oh, Elio, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others faced every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Menphilia before things get any worse. Ah, you always know what to say, Elio. I'm glad we had this little chat. But I didn't say anything. Okay. The animation girl does just looks really like, I really need the restroom. And thankfully it's not available to players. From Chad Crid to Dad Crid. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. When he starts wearing a half blindfold for style rather than necessity, officially entering his brooding things. That is exactly true. You know what, Ray? You're right. I was too focused on the ass out, but if you look especially from the front, it does look like she's like, fuck, I need to pee. But then again, we don't know what Thancred's into, so. Admittedly, that could still be part of the plan. All she said is, let's get out of here. My mind's made up. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Elio made me realize there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I am not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you certainly have earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers of the Crystal Braves, the Scions are consistently being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coltene have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey. That's the first time I've ever been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Mr. Taru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Not at present. Thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for an escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidate and provide you with replacements as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. Give me a second. Anyway, though, I know some you guys probably talked about this earlier, but I'm sure it's nice that the FF14 crew put up Beginner's Guide on YouTube. Yes, we watched the first 2 episodes. Oh, this is really a filler quest. It's not, I mean, to be fair, it does get put to use later. Okay, so there's one thing. Wow. We'll play it some. Wait, can you skip over it, or? How does that even work out? Darvin, good to see you. Glad to have you. MSQ. What is the order of operations supposed to be for these? Unexpected ambition, and then ancient waste time. Are you able to skip over it? Like, what happens if you just skip it? Does it like give it to you as a quest later? Let me check what you got. I'll read you guys and see what you say. Really good for people who have never played an MMO before. Yes. Oh, so the thing, here's my problem, Power, is the thing is, like, that's great, but if you don't have a friend who already plays, how are you going to know to go find those guides? And I was saying the same thing, though. It is going to be really wonderful for people who it's clearly meant for people who haven't played MMOs. And I think it's good, but I worry about discoverability. It feels like there's a lot of those. For filler quests, I don't know. I feel like every single quest that we've gotten in 2.x has been incredibly relevant to the story 2.x is telling, to the story of setup for Heaven's Word, or for major fundamental understandings of the metaphysics going on, or payoffs for 2.0, or understandings of the metaphysics that become incredibly important as the story goes along. You have to do both. Sorry. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind doing both. I just need to make sure that I'm doing them in what's supposed to be the correct. So unexpected ambition first. The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Eorzean mentioning that she had helped develop an interest in Arcanium. Mayhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in concern for her safety. So remember, though, for also, guys, that if you haven't played Heaven's Word yet, you've spent almost no time with Tataru. Like, Tataru you've spent incredibly small amount of time of, and so it's really important because she becomes so important in Heaven's Word that her characterization is strong and that you get that time there. So I think this is actually a very important setup for Heaven's Word. You have to help Hori Colton. Yeah, you have to do both. Got to do both. Yeah, you just choose the order. If there's the main mini chains, you can work in tandem as well. Cool. Yes, I know it could have teleported, but I wanted to check the chat. You can work in tandem. Oh, do you have to do fates for it or something? It's been so long since I literally have no memory. I have memory of like the dialogue, but I have no memory of what you actually do. Oh, that's one person. Oh, she's downstairs. Descending into the basement to find Tataru. Oh my god, can you imagine like actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf, but it's with Tataru? Actual cannibal Tataru Taru. Elio, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taru, shall become the great and powerful arcanist. And now a mistress, Thubirgim. I know what it's supposed to say, but I just like my mouth doesn't want to do it. Thubirgim. Behest. I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Both change end with talking to Infilia, so it seems efficient to do them at the same time. They're just running around in little combat. Yeah, oh, I see what you guys were saying, that I should have picked up both at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been the probably smarter thing to do. Yeah, I kind of just wanted... One of the things is I like being able to click up here, and I didn't want it to auto-default to the newer one. I wanted to just do them in what the list says the order technically is, even though you're right. They are supposed to be happening concurrently. I don't know about these, but if there's loyalties changed within these quests, you hope between is what I mean. Loyal? Loyal? I'm not sure I understand. Do you mean like if there's like if they're close enough to each other? Because even then, I would still want to do one at a time because I want to do the narrative of one. Thubirgim. Greetings. Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So you're acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanium. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurred to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You're clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of Zephyr Gates. You'd only observe at a distance. Poor Tataru tries her best. I also do love how this comes back in the Four Lords. And also, like, that's the other thing is that they've also made it so that a lot of things, too, aren't filler, that might feel like filler at face value. So, like, for instance, this stuff with Tataru is important for ingratiating you and, like not ingratiating you, but, like, becoming more familiar and loving with Tataru. But on top of that, it then allows them to do things like what they do in Four Lords. Four Lords and references in later expansion, which amuse me endlessly. Yeah. By the way, this really is a level 5 job quest for Arc. Yeah. I remember the when you do it with what's her face. Or I don't know. Do you meet her afterwards? But yeah. I feel like I remember you like do it and then you meet her afterwards, but that might have been also. Can't remember the order. Oh, Azure seas to Pirate's Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smugglers' plans to naught, came the lass who none could fool. Beat 'em with the buck draft, cut 'em in the gust, deck 'em in the downburst, go Carbuncle, go! Oh ho ho! Are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Go, Carby, go. I was not expecting Carby to flee. Oh, Carbuncle? I love the Lalafell. Whoa! I have a question for you, any of you. I'm trying to level a thief to get to ninja, but it's hard to find any quests. How do you manage to level up all jobs? Leveling, so, really important thing if you're not aware. If you want to level jobs, quests are not for leveling. Quests are not for leveling in Final Fantasy XIV. Carbuncle, come back! Oh no. Oh, 12s. Carbuncle is me when faced with even the most minor of inconveniences. Yeah, Kathra, so like, if you want to level So with what you're doing right now, what I would do is putting yourself into leveling queue and do roulettes and stuff. So frontline roulettes, leveling roulettes, stuff like that. I guess I don't think you can do that as rogue. But the other thing is open up your go to logs, challenge logs. Oh no, sorry, not challenge logs. Although challenge logs as well. Where is it? Hunting log. You want to do your hunting log for rogue, and that will get you a lot of XP as well. So hunting log will get you where you need to be. Doing your roulettes will need to be if you just press U. You want to use your duty roulettes, any that you have available. And alternatively, when you don't have these available and you're between after that, just do the dungeon that is the highest corresponding. So like if you're level 20 rogue, do Halatali, and that'll get you about a level and a half, or at least a level or so. Also, don't forget to eat. Just get crappy food. It doesn't matter what the food is, like grape juice. Notice that I'm pointing at the screen. You guys can't see that. You get experience bonus of 3% when you have it equipped. So that's also another way to get some. Also, are you in RFC? Because if you are, let me turn on heat of battle and reduce rates. So now you'll get extra XP if you're in RFC. Oh, and POTD. Yeah, POTD works really well, too. I find POTD is not great, though, obviously it's not great. POTD isn't good for getting something from 1 to 30. POTD is really, I mean, you can, but, like, it's much better in my mind, for doing later stuff. I hate dungeons. If you hate dungeons, then you might struggle with parts. I guess, here first. Why do you hate dungeons? And also, to be fair, like, a lot of the game is built around leveling partly through doing dungeons and stuff. So, like, if you hate them, you might have a bit of a rough time. There's not really, like, grinding mobs isn't really a thing. And quests are meant for for their stories, not for their XP. Yeah, oh, here, Ray has an alt leveling guide in the Discord as well. I should have known you'd come, Elio. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you and the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbergim of my intentions to withdraw from the Guild. Arcanium, like so much else, is beyond me. Fates works. Fates aren't terrible. If you hate dungeons, Fates can work. Alternatively, on top of that, though, actually, go through and do your challenge log stuff. So, like, a lot of them are tied to dungeons, but you also have things that are... Well, that doesn't work either, because that's dungeons. You do get, like, bonus XP for doing 10 fates. 5 and then 10 fates each week. Grinding mobs really only works for blue leveling blue mage. Yeah, that's the one time. We had this combo on Twitch yesterday that make me claustrophobic. Okay, that is you, Cathra. I wasn't sure if that was you. What about if they... Yeah. So remember, also, guys, like, you may be talking to me, and I talk to you guys in these streams. I'm also doing a bunch of writing. I'm also talking to a bunch of other people, like, in the real world on Discord, and, like, people in my life and stuff. So, like, I can't always remember who is who. So just remember that if I remember that conversation, but I may not remember who it is. There's also a lot of people with a lot of names, and people's names don't necessarily match the characters, and they don't necessarily match their Discord names. So keeping track of it all is a lot. But if your problem with claustrophobia wouldn't Actually, this is gonna be too high level, isn't it? Yeah. I was gonna say Brayflox is not. It would be nice. I mean, the problem is that, like, all of the first ones are all super like that. The thing is, like, well, Karn's still like that. Brayflox would be okay. Vigil's better. Orm Veils, yeah, Wonder Spells. Yeah, they're kind of all gonna be claustrophobic. Kind of like that's what because dungeon kind of necessitates a certain level of that. But yeah, I'm sure Ray could help a ton. Grinding mobs really only works. We have the fates are bad. Well, I mean, but like the challenge logs that you can get, they're not that bad from 1 to 30. Like they're not great, but if you're not gonna do dungeons, it helps a little. I was surprised how much I leveled my paladin while doing AR tribal quests. Yes, tribal quests. Tribal quests will do really well. Problem is that I don't know if they sink down low enough if you're doing them below 30. You may have. I don't know. I just haven't run them that way. But tribal quests do work really well. I use them a lot for. And tribal quests and ARR aren't very good, but they're fine. Heaven's Words are okay. Stormblood are okay. Shadowbringers and Endwalkers quests give buckets of XP. So definitely do tribal quests if you want to be leveling things from 80 to 90 or 70 to 80. Leaves are not a good way to get XP. Leaves do not grant you a lot of XP. Combat leaves are really good for crafting. They're kind of shit for battle. But again, if you're not doing dungeons, then yeah, you're limited, much more limited options. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? You can also feel free to message on this on the Discord, and I'm sure Ray or someone else will help you out. Abysmally, Mistress Thurbergime. Abysmally. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I was completely and utterly unqualified, since I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Totaru, if that was true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must have come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptionally skilled with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanium. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon a carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You're too kind, Mistress Thurbergime. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Well, and as we find out later, the, like, omni-mega-god-level craftsperson. She fucking builds a fucking airship. Yeah, if you're doing a ton of fates are garbage. I'm just talking about, like, if you're doing fates for a couple levels. Especially with the boost you can get from the weekly. Oh, as fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it'll pay off. It's also kind of important to like have 2.5 be like have a little breathing room before what you go into for 2.55. I'm an Omni 90 crafter. When do I get an airship in my crafting log? You join our FC and you spend time crafting our guild submersible and airship and stuff. That's how you do it. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. This is certainly a variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Blood Shore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I have fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. It's funny how after this you find a watering carbuncle all around the Rising Stones. I've never noticed that. I've literally never noticed that. That's really funny. I had no idea it showed up in the Rising Stones. What fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watching while I work? This should only take a moment. Not per se, but around outside. Like in the bar? Are you sure that wasn't just a player's carbuncle? Because they only instance things for the stones within the stones itself. I usually see it around the vendor area. Okay, I'll have to keep an eye on it. That also sounds kind of like it might be a player carbuncle. There is a stray that does show up. Cool. Cool. It'd be weird if that was Tataru's. We also know that there's carbuncle mammoths that are made thanks to Endwalker. I wonder if it could be one of the children's or something. It was untargetable. Cool. It's also apparently also labeled Lost Carbuncle, so definitely not a player's. Interesting. Very interesting. Who would lose a carbuncle? I mean, it could be. It could be. It could be Tataru. Makes contextual sense. I've seen it in Eorzean too. Maybe not. Thank you, Random Mikote. Your aid is most gracious. Abby, do you remember what color it is? Because if it's the ruby one, that's Mikote Arcanist NPC Carbuncle. Ooh, interesting. Well fought, Elio. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have a prize, a bounty of blood pearls, so named for the reddish hue. They're treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of a power to defend myself from other people. In a way, right, well, I must keep Flamine waiting. There's more work to be doing, lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the scions in the Minson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have the nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Elio, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather formal, didn't it? How about, until we meet again? I feel like the other one, especially how clipped it is less, more formal than the first. A carbuncle that's always alone like that, I mean, it could be infused with Aether. Tataru's evil! Tataru got Norded. The thing is, if no one's providing the requisite Aether, I mean, like, as long as the initiation power is there, it's fine, but, like, to keep it sustained, if no one's providing anything, then what? Let's see if we can find it real quick. First time I saw it, well, we know where to start Carbuncle. It's always alone. Side quest and Labyrinth, those have interesting Carbuncle in it. It's what sold me. Yes, so let's not talk about it, but yes, there is a Charlian quest that has to do with Carbuncles that I'm actually in the midst of writing something about. But there's a lovely, lovely, lovely quest that I remember getting to it in Endwalker and basically made me start crying. That has to do with a certain amber colored. Unless you're talking about a different Carbuncle quest. Because technically that wasn't Labyrinthos, that was Charlian proper. Elio, do the side quest in Labyrinthos. I've done every side quest in the game. Remember, this is my ult, so like, if you do, or do you mean playing them on Elio? We're only skipping side quests for A Realm Reborn, and we may come back and do them. My plan is starting with Heaven's Word. We're gonna be doing every side quest. I'm gonna block out time for that because I don't like that we haven't been completing side quests. I expected that we were gonna do them maybe at the end of A Realm Reborn or like before when we first started this. I wasn't sure. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So yeah, the thing is that A Realm Reborn quests for the most part are like help flesh out Eorzea, but a lot of them aren't as contextual. Starting with Heaven's Word, and it just keeps on getting more and more and more until, especially in Endwalker, the quests do become like really contextual. Now that said, Endwalker stories are really wonderful in that they actually adjust the dialogue based on when you do them in the story. I was real surprised when I saw it in Eorzean. Yeah, that's really interesting that was there. Welcome home, Elio. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Laminsa? My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath the man of your talents. But I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault, I thank you, Elio. Now it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltene were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty. Hence, my need to impose upon your goodwill. You are truly a pillar of strength, Elio. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Yeah, a lot of AR side quests are just there. There's some story-specific ones that pop up due to the MSQ progression, but most of them are just, well, there. Yeah, and the ones that are mostly, like, blue, and, like there are some that come up due to progression, but, like, the thing is that the quests that were made for A Realm Reborn were like more about giving you context of the world. So because of that, they weren't as requisitely needing to be super tied into the MSQ. Ah, Elio, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltene? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route. True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Elio, we would have you attend the scholars charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate location to take his readings. In spirit, Elio, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. Oh, I need to shave. I had this beard. So also, my you guys paid for the Eorzean cosplay. It is in the midst of being made. So that's going. That is getting done. So we'll have the cosplay stream very soon, within the next couple of weeks. I grew up my beard partially because I wanted to be able to be ready to do the sideburns for Eorzean. But like, oh my god, I do not like having a beard. It's so scratchy. At last the Scions! Man's deigned to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Isamhar, okay. Ooh, we're going to the ruins of Galmora. I still need to go around and finish up a lot of side quests. Seeing those is annoying me. Well, yeah. I had to finish them before I could even continue the MSQ the first time I played because I was just like, seeing them drove me insane. Which Eorzean? Post Shadowbringers. We're doing Shadowbringer and Walker Eorzean. The cloth stuff is finished. And I'm in the midst of working on and having, well, mainly, the cloth stuff is almost finished, being done by a friend of mine, and I'm working on all the rest of the stuff. Hell yeah, I made it in time. Good to see you, glad to have you, Aaron. Just got home from work. Well, welcome home. Okay. Yes, the location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Notice that this is the entrance to Palace of the Dead. And is part of the ruins of Galmora. Which I'm hoping that we're going to have a variant dungeon of Galmora sometime in the future. Nice, can't wait. Awesome. Yeah. I might do a mini cosplay stream for next Sloppy Sunday. Also, I could probably preemptively dye my hair and get, like, the look set up for Eorzean. I mean, the problem is my hair's not quite long enough at straight, but if I straighten my hair, I'll get a lot of extra length out of it. So that'll work. Well, for a second, I thought that was Unsettled Settler. Unsettled Scholar. I see. Though we both completed our respective tasks, a satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? Okay, now this is... Well, okay, now I guess this does kind of go somewhere. But I was going to say, like, this kind of is filler. One an axe to the face, scholar. Oh, one an axe to the face, scholar? Hey, scholars and marauders, that's the historic matchmake. So if you're a scholar, make sure to go set up your OnlyFans. OkCupid or Tinder for seeking marauder. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for the dangerous beasts as I work. Does anyone else want to give that scholar one tremendous slap in the face? Yes. Or more importantly, be like, hey, stop being a dickhole. Seriously, you're telling a guy that has a giant axe in his hand to kill more quietly. I need to concentrate. I could always just let them eat him. That works too. Just take the readings myself. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps I should come as no surprise. I am not given to be superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air about hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. I mean, what patch did they release Amdapor Keep Hard? Or Amdapor Keep? Because, okay, they knew they were releasing Palace of the Dead for Heaven's Word, so it kind of makes sense to Isam Har if you think about it. Amdapor Keep Hard, if that was released in like 2.55, that makes sense. And if Lost City of Amdapor Hard is going to be was released for Heaven's Word, maybe it makes sense that we're thinking about showing off places that we go in the future. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task to ensure our safety. But then again, it's like we already did them we could already do them as normal dungeons, so. I mean, I guess Isam Har not. It's gonna be interesting to play 7.0 with you guys. Although, I'm probably gonna have to play 7.0 twice. I'm probably gonna have to play it once when it comes out. Because I'm definitely gonna like 24 hours stream it when it first comes out, because that's just how I play expansions. Like the second they come out, I'm just, there ain't no sleep, which actually probably means that nobody's gonna watch because everybody's gonna either be wanting to play or also not wanting spoilers. But such is life in Gabi. I don't need to dodge these attacks. The data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoids while my back was turned? Quickly now, decamp tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. Okay, someone write down that a creep is what a group of adamantoids is known as. Yeah, see ya in a week, y'all. Okay, see ya, Abby. In a week? Do you not watch on Tuesdays? Big Q again. Let's go! I mean, it should be massively improved because of the stuff that they've done, but there will definitely be Qs. Expect Qs. You choose to battle an Ichor while longer, I take it. No matter, I took advantage of unexpected privacy and performed a curious analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzean's ambient aether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessments. Okay, this is also important for Binding Coil stuff and for other lore. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's font. Yeah, okay, this is why this is important. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant? Yes. No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along. Apologies, not what I meant. Yeah, no worries. I mean, sometimes I just miss context because also I don't check chat quickly enough, or like, I feel like you're going to have a very small audience for that stream. Yeah, you're probably right, Ray. But then again, I can just throw it on and just basically not worry about it and just play it straight and let people like react if they like it, if they like it. I mean, if I'm, you know, I mean, that's the other thing though too, is like, seeing as that entire, I'm going to be playing and like really focusing on like enjoying it. I'm not probably going to be that communicative either. So, you know. Sometimes I forget that no one else can follow the conversation I have in my head. Indeed. But why you gotta be such a why you gotta be such a definitely correct, not only technically but spiritually, Ray? Huh? I can dream a dream. Also, potentially, it might be a good thing to do, like, a subathon then or something, if we do, like, 72 hours straight of playing or something. I mean, I should theoretically sleep. I can sleep in my chair. Never get out of the chair. You should be more familiar with the procedure by now. Pray, find a suitable position from which to keep keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, quite high. It's still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the Sixth Astral Era. Could the presence of the primals account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. Something else. What? Scion, come here, I need you! Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. Oh, that was true. Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. Horrible. There you are, Elio. Ori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. No, these wounds were made by a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operation in the area. What caused Wilgrid to come here? What should we do? We will see to the Scholar's protection, Elio. Aye, and the boy remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Ori getting serious. It's the B team. I genuinely am starting to wonder if Ori Boulder is going to have a bigger place in 7.0. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm just crazy, but the way that Endwalker puts him in some of those cutscenes are maybe just a nod to his existence. But the fact that they gave him a voice and stuff, I don't know, man. I don't know. And we need new Scion blood as well, because at some point some of the old Scions are going to be phasing out. There's no question. I mean, there is question. It's quite possible they just stick with this roster forever, but that would be kind of weird, especially with some of the like. Yeah, he deserves it. Yeah, I think Hoary Boulder is a sleeper hit that I think a lot of people miss out on how much he could be a good character. I mean, also remember that if he's a main character, we potentially get a voice and more to do with Aenor Cockburn, as it were, so. Elio, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilbred's dead. Wilbred dead? Mayhap murdered. By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alfino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilbred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this, and why? And there's a lovely, lovely quest that continues that, his storyline, if you ever do, you definitely should do side. There's a couple side quests for like Stormblood, Heaven's Word, and Shadowbringers that are just character continuation quests from events that happened during A Realm Reborn, and I highly recommend you do them. Okay, guys, we're getting in on it. Everybody ready to watch a movie? Should I go make popcorn? Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. They may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nation closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Asians both. Against desperate odds we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were brought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes, in the very room our dear friend, Mumbrida. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. Indeed, it seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamine a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Oh, I don't think it's... okay, maybe this is just a difference of you see the term written out. I don't just see them as being written out. I think it's like, no, they're like, there's narratives have come to a close. But yeah, I think Thancred also has reasons to return to the first, and I think you could have them, their time come to a close. To me, written out is like, oh, we just want to get rid of them, like, get them out. Like, so that when I hear that, that's why I'm like, wait, what? Off to the big soiree, Elio. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? Yeah, that's what you meant. Okay, cool. Then we're on the same page, Tracy. By the Navigator! Wilred's dead? Gods damn it, you must have known they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. It's past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems to be a fair bit of coins made its way to the Braves' coffers, courtesy of Dodo Consortium. A daft name for a business, if ever I heard one. Which is what first gave me the inkling something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for an amateurs we are, sure to call in one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium. I still don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financing contributions. The gods only know how many men owe the first and third are taken Telegi's coin, but now we know as some of them are. I'd wager me and Right Eye that there's one that what did for Wilrid. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be cleverer too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that, yeah, me word. Yep, Aaron. And Elio, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're headed into a storm. I can smell it. That kind of what'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Foreshadowing. Real? I love Real. And also, there's a good chance that he may be more important if we go to the New World because of Lawrence and stuff. I think it's Chamber World, yeah. I do hope Yida is not under the impression that we are here to make merry. We are ostensibly the antecedents' escorts, after all. It's a banquet, so there's definitely be food, but will there also be dancing? And if there is, will it be before or after the food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun, but neither is being hungry. What to do? Is that? No, just my imagination. Oh, pay no attention to me. 'Tis a habit for my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. If I did not know better, I should think our bard had a run afoul of another jittered lover. Okay, guys. We've been waiting for you, Elio. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introduction together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. It's almost time, guys. We will go on ahead, Elio. Pray, join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. We're actually on time. They still give the warning message right before the cutscenes start. Because I'm gonna, like, stand up and go get, like, liquid and stuff real quick. Right before we do that. And that'll be a good time for anyone who wants to, like, go to the bathroom or anything.
Do a super chat, make Elio say weird shit and silly voices. Now with extra funny noises. I mean, the other funny thing about giving me super chats is that when you realize that what you're actually doing is allowing me to feed myself as well as get new equipment, you realize that you're helping to make this entire channel get to do new things. Also, on top of that, I like my names. I like doing those shines. What are you gonna do? I don't know, man. No, but admittedly, it does help to look, financial security, strangely enough, takes a lot of stress off the mind. So, you know, it's what you do. I also am in the midst of doing videos that aren't doing quite as well, so you know that lowers also income. I appreciate the dropping in once on such notice, Elio. Such short notice, Elio. I know you'll get places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with the Crystal Braves by the name of Hydaelyn, aren't you? Former adventurer, come to think of it. I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago. Before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I had thought that son's a trouble of heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. I think Real, I hope they bring him forward to the... I like Real, I hope they bring him forward to the future. He'll come into the future. I think it's just a question of if he becomes... Like, probably Lawrence will be the main thing for New World, but I definitely could see, like, Real also be a member of that. Yeah, I think when I got the message, I set aside for my next playing since I was close to heading to bed at the time. Okay, cool.
I just want to make sure that they didn't get rid of it or something, and I also feel bad because I'm glad that they give the forewarning, but also I'm sad that they, like, kind of pre-alert you that, like, hey, something may be going down. I mean, it's the better option. It's the much safer and better option, but at the same time. That's kind of like that one fight that happens during the 4.x series. That's where you're, like, going in for what you think is a normal meeting, and it says... Not the trial, not that trial, but like there's like a story fight, and it's like, prepare for combat, and you're like, what? As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to fill your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Hydaelyn. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of the cockern and a buzzing of cyphrids, but no approaching footfalls. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial laying at your feet. Elio, is that you? What brings you this way? This doesn't feel shifty. Oh, Laurentis. Oh, Laurentis. Lieutenant Hydaelyn. Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Ul'dah, Elio. Pray return! If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I'll tell her you were here. Oh, Laurentis. For shame. And that's the downside, right? Is that sometimes you offer compassion and it's a weapon against you.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line.
That's also really powerful because that's the first line, like the first line that she speaks in ARR if you start in Ul'dah.
Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Astriel, good to see you, glad to have you. Made it just in time for a movie. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, parting glass. Yep. Okay, this is gonna be it. Do you guys remember before it was this system when it used to be the name system? Oh, gotta love the quality of life this game adds over time. Grand final of 2.x. Prey is no longer the movie it once was. It's true, it still is, but it's still a movie, but it's not nearly as bad, no. I reckon you heard straight to the feast after meeting with Hydaelyn. What's the matter? No appetite? A tiny glass container appears to have been used before, but to contain what, pray tell? So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. No! Any road. No use worrying about Hydaelyn. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was with all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Okay. We are taking a 2-minute break like a 2 or 3 minute break. Oh, hey, Dee. Maybe a weird time to cheer, but appreciate having you here. I'm gonna stand here if anybody else wants to like stand around with Dee, I guess, while I go get water and stuff, or if you want to take a stretch, and I'll be right back. There's one other thing I want to check. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, who's ready to have everything go perfect as we begin our wonderful journey to the final moments of Final Fantasy, A Realm Reborn and its wonderful bridge as we lead into Heavensward, in which case we clearly know that what's going to happen at this party is everything is going to go right. In fact, you know what? Pause 1 second. It's time for a party! Okay, everybody hyped? For those of you who have access to the emotes, I want to see your hype emotes. I even got popcorn. Would you believe that? Well, while you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems that Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you at the Royal Promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go. Just Blue Jay, good to see you, glad to have you. Looks like I showed up at the right time. Indeed.
You needn't trouble yourself so.
Oh, she does.
Your grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your grace is ready, I shall summon the warrior of light.
This is the same person talking to
I
themselves.
am.
Hey, there's Dulala. And that guy with the statue.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
Nothing has ever happened to Lalafels before, it's true.
With good cause.
I would only like to point out that there's only
serve to
3...
unite even the most unlikely of allies.
There's only
You
3
brought us
historic
one
instances
step
of
closer
Lalafell
to a
calling it
united
genocide.
Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking
Okay,
of
now that is Alphino being a little shit.
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
Not bad, but would have been surprising. Actually, let me. I just want to see like who all came. It was just D. Thanks for coming, D. Will ya now, Alfie? I'm about to show you some boxing of theirs. Put 'em up, you little elves and dipshit. About to show you how we throw down the real Wildwood way. You Charlians ain't no shit! Ain't no shit about fighting. You might be able to heal, but you can't box for shit. I ain't not even a pugilist and I'll whip your tiny little ass. Yeah. They're about to call you Alpha no more after I'm done with you. A trusty warrior of light and him describing us as a servant to the goldsmithing guild fills me with a white hot rage. Okay.
Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith.
Upon proceeding to Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence, and everything will turn out okay. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety, but you shouldn't worry, because everything will be fine. Alfie no more. Yep.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Super Narwhal, it's good to see you, glad to have you, and also, it's a good phrase.
Pray, come in and take your ease.
14's good at keeping you guessing.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
Motherfucker's a good diplomat.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
We might even call this a purple party.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Are you talking about... The Eternal Winter was caused by... Dalamud falling. Actually, mainly Ishgard's fault for not helping to stop fight in the Battle of Cartanau. So if anything, the irony is that Ishgard didn't help because they thought they had bigger issues. And then they caused kind of their own problem. Were part of not stopping to cause their own fallout. So it wasn't the war, it wasn't the wars of...
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
Yep. What's his voice like in English? I don't even remember.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You always gotta love when it's cutting back and forth between scenes. It's usually indicative that something's going well.
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Depends on what you mean by heal itself.
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Hot damn.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence.
I have some bad news about how republics are doing lately.
But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
Good to see you, Jalali. Glad to have you.
'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
I mean, the thing is, like, her
That which
idea is
I
all well and
propose
good.
will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban,
powerful will
with
still
all
have
his
power.
strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing
Yep.
on such treacherous ground.
They swapped for 2.x. 2.x swaps
Thus
a bunch
will I
of the
ask you
voice actors.
to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
That seems tasty. You always love when they linger on shots of drinking. Oh no. Guys! Guys! Something's going wrong. Raubon knows. He feels it in the Force. That is because they're Dunes folk, and I can explain later. God, they play that so hard. Genuinely, like, gut-wrenching. Yeah, me too, Chris, me too. I was kind of mad, actually. But the thing is, they make it so worthwhile how they eventually, ultimately play it
Your
off.
Grace!
I was mad when in Heavensward.
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Worth
Spare us
pointing
your
out.
denials. I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
This scene only works if you have all 2.x. So
I hereby
this is
accuse
about
you of
payoff.
regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Teleji, you're not even half the man I am. Someone should really cut you down to size, man. You're a real half pint.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is
We're
also under our
powerful.
control.
We're not necessarily a one-man army powerful. Also, in ARR, we're weaker than we are later on. You're not going to take down an entire city. And on top of that, if you start doing that, you're going to be immediately labeled guilty, right? Like by everyone, even the like populace is going to think it.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of
4 out of 10.
Eorzea.
4 out of 10 needs more base. I would, Demons. Quick, switch to JP audio for you, Hase speaks. Even if I had expected to let you before this point, the whole scene was real sus. Yeah. Oh, I mean, how could you not, right? Literally, when you see that scene with him talking to his, retainer, he's like, revolution. Like, it's clear he's like, it's not even just clear. You understand why he's a bad guy. You just don't know what his plan is.
What is the meaning of this?
Yes, I have heard Hase's voice in Japanese. It's a well trodden meme.
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
When I perform Yu Yu Hase, I've been doing him really low.
Lord Commander, we have
in homage to
received
that.
an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
They clearly know something's
Most
up.
fortuitous indeed.
But they have. Remember, they're still dignitaries,
Lord Commander,
like diplomats.
we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Hey, Merrick. So fucking classy. And of course, he's flirting. Why must they always be heterochromatic?
Whatever is
This
going
ain't Gaia
on?
Online circa 2006.
Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
What a set of lines to go out on.
Of
for
the
this voice actor.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You
Forbidden
best
sexual
come
arts?
along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
I do love that if you talk to him, he points out that the reason he wasn't surprised is because he was noticing that something was up. Art's like paper mache?
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a
That is
royal
funny, Red.
banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us.
Jade, good to see you. Glad to have you, and yeah.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. And you lecture me on personal armies.
Astro,
As
there's
for
no
your
forbidden arts. It's
outrageous
just a thing
claim
they're
that I
saying,
have shown
levying against
contempt for
them.
the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted, while an assassin removed its occupant.
Interesting that they start with, they end with.
I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the immortal flames came to be riddled with
It's an
Garlean
interesting theory, Power.
sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
I want y'all to be ready to do every half pun you possibly can when we get to the scene.
No, this cannot be!
Please, I beg of you, flood chat with that.
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Hey, Telegy, I've got a secret for you. It's half off. I still can't believe they made a disarm.
This
joke.
man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo.
Wait, hold the half-off jokes until the scene.
All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
No, this is Ulda.
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Oh, motherfucker.
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who
Jellybean,
persuaded
welcome
her Grace
back.
to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
There's a lot of gobby jokes earlier
How
in
dare
the
you?
stream, Jelly.
After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled. I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
Okay, talking more about the Echo, really.
Oh,
than-
yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
My friend, I believe
I'll
you're
tell you
talking
what
about
I
politics.
I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will
No,
be to
it's
charm
Astral.
your
It's all
Kurthan
pretext.
allies
It's
into
all
invading
pretense.
our
Don't worry about
lands.
what he's saying. He doesn't actually believe or think any
truly
of this. This is
ridiculous.
just, yeah.
How do you even think of this stuff?
Guys, this is all just 100% pretext. He's just using things to manipulate the story and the narrative. It's not, none of it's an actual thing or a belief.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want
Yeah.
to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
Anyone want to talk about how... Notice that one of Raban's arms is completely unarmored, completely unguarded, and one of them is heavily armored with a pauldron and armor. Just want to point that out.
Nanamo.
And yet...
No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only
remember
right
this
that
is-
you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
2.55 is what made me fall in love with 14.
I'll bet you
To be able to
will.
pull this off.
You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean, you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
People, load your guns. Prepare to fire.
What? Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
And...
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Fire! Oh, beautiful, guys. That was beautiful. No. Aaron, that's not my point. You'll see what my point is in a second. It's not that it's weird to do one side. It's not the weirdness of his armor.
Have you lost your mind, General?
What come next?
It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow
Lovely gentlemen.
syndicate
Lovely
members.
gentlemen and ladies.
You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Lolorito, you little shit.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Oh, what a great shot. It's the armored arm.
Raban!
7 hells!
I wonder if you can reattach a limb with white magic.
Admiral, we must leave.
They do not have the men to take the day, and on top of that, like, they don't have the political capital to actually, like, rationalize that they are responsible.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
It was never about coin. It was for Alamigo!
It's better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Fuck with the bull of Alamigo. Next job, Raubon confirmed. Angie, good to see you, glad to have you.
never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Sloppy!
Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
They have always been so fucking good at giving great motive force going into the expansions. Like going the bridges, playing setup, and then the motive force into the 2.55. The X 0.55 is just whether it be 3.55, 4.55. I wonder what 6.55 is going to be like. Yeah, exactly, Demins.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Oh, God.
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
Maybe, Astriel. I'll look into
this plan
it.
was contingent upon those thugs having the run of
Rub
the
us.
place. Just how long
Yeah,
has
Bestie,
this scheme
totally.
been in motion?
Well, seeing as we see that
the maneuvering of forces, I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
I'm gonna go with the sword that was used, cauterized it. That would still put him in shock.
Would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
I mean, Ida would.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornanimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Guys, I think we might be done with
Indeed,
monophilia.
we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice
This is
of
a bad place to
destination
be
will
talking
matter
about this.
little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ulda. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel.
To Sildi. I wonder if that's how we're going back into the Sildi underground.
And allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
That would be cool. I mean, it also makes sense to the Sildi excavation site or elsewhere. What would Yida have done? It's definitely what she's thinking about.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
We're still not a god, and remember, like, some of the godlike things we do are under specific situations. So, like, I don't know, us versus all the brass blades, we may still lose. Probably not, but we are still a
We will hold
person.
our pursuers here. Hurry, now. Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
And remember, anything in map 6 of Endwalker has very specific things going on around it,
Minfilia,
so that
we
doesn't-
cannot linger.
But we're not summoning Bahamut. We're summoning an Eggy with powers that are like a veritable, incredibly small fraction of Bahamut. So we're not summoning Bahamut. And yeah, that would do a lot, but Bahamut only lasts for a certain period of time, and before it fades away, there's a lot of fucking brass blades. So if all of them are coming at you, you can't count Bahamut over and over and over again. Oh yeah, I mean 14 and 11 did this too. I mean that's just also Final Fantasy always does that. New games are inspired by prior games.
There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Okay, Cap.
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Zeta Flare! Oh wait, wrong game. I'm not answering that question. I ain't objectifying Yida. Cap fair. Also, Yida does not have an ass, so.
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Oh, she about to kick some ass! Oh, yeah. And they nuked all the palace and all of Ul'dah. Why don't we bring Papalymo to every dungeon if you can just limit break 3 at will? Well, because remember, like, that just because he could do that there doesn't mean he can do it all the time. That may have literally knocked him out afterwards. Because remember, this is the Sildi Underground. This is the most we see of, like, what the Sildi's Underground was supposed to look like. So hopefully they'll reuse some of this for...
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Ul'dah.
Could be, Jade.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Oh, ooh, that's important. They use the ancients even referring to people just from the 6th Astral era, and not just from the ancients as in, like, the ancients. I mean, obviously they wouldn't have known the ancients, but...
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
And soon we'll get our first experience with Flo.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
This was so smart of them
My
to do.
friends.
Leave us!
Because this puts it in a space where not only are you on square one, but they can reintroduce the scions bit by bit and give you a much stronger
What is the plan,
relationship.
milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
I'd like to point out that they're spending their potential last moments, like, dumping on, like, dragging on each other.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
"'Tis done.
Hot damn.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Oh, I totally forgot she said that.
Farewell, Minfilia.
It's not gonna go the way you think, man.
Hydaelyn, she speaks to me. No.
I don't talk about my siblings either.
I must remain
Yeah.
behind, but you cannot stay with
If
me.
you've done the summoner quests, you spend time with her. You spend time with her in Heaven's Word.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As
Technically
long as your
half-sister.
flame continues to burn, the light of the
I
dawn
believe.
may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness.
A good final performance
Tis
from
the
everyone.
only way.
Yeah. If you see someone with a tribe name, you can assume that they're probably related. Now, they may be generationally not related because they have the different noon, but typically you can assume that if they're within the same rough age group, that they're probably have the same father. You and me both, Astrio. Hey, Pippin! Pippin Tarupin.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
Looks like an owl.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
It's addressed to Mins by Koji being like, it's not a problem, don't worry
There will
about
be
it.
ample time for soul searching later. For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
I was not expecting that voice. Is that even the same voice actor? I don't know, it could just be a difference in performance, but boy, did that sound different.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
God, I love him. Okay, it is different for. So they had to voice him for like all of 5 seconds.
All aboard.
So they literally had him for like 5 seconds. Did Max Middelin voice someone else during ARR, and so that was like one of the like things for the script, or did they just? Charlian has some owl motifs a little bit, not a ton. Not like hyper specifically. I don't even know that it's necessarily assuming that it is an owl. I think it just looks owl-like, design-wise. Just voices Pippin. They literally must have just had him on hand for the clearing house then, the voicing house. Don't Shulk from Xenoblade and Alphino share VA? I don't know. ARR Alphino? It's possible. I don't check usually. I don't want to know a bunch about a voice actors usually because I want to see the character rather than the voice actor.
Up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favor. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar and likely needed a helping hand getting away.
On the same car. We end as we began. Yeah.
Place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon.
Only thing missing in the cart is Alice, because even Alphino was in the cart with us at the beginning.
Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alice, but 'twould appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yeah. I doubt it was for the remake.
Who might you
This was way before the remake. But something like that is probably what did happen. That happens a lot. This would be like 2015.
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar.
The Chocobo's just that good, Ray
Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alphino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified.
Pippin, best hair for a Lalafell,
The blame
agreed?
plainly lies with the Monitorists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Yeah, but the audio recording wasn't
Was
that
Pippin
much
you
earlier.
said?
And
ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes,
that's
I am
the
his son,
project got stopped and
adopted, of
started a
course.
whole bunch
'Twas
for the
only
better
as
part
we
of like
were
15
leaving
years.
Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from
L'Oreal,
his madness.
because he's worth it.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our
Ooh,
fugitives
Kral
have a
does have good
friend
hair,
waiting for 'em
especially with the
there.
bow.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in
I
the
love
end,
her like bow. It's so cute. It's very 80s.
'twas I who needed saving.
And thus is the beginning of Alphino's arc. Fucking really. What? What did I do? Main and Tim. Oh, hey, there's the driver. Oh, fuck. All right, let's go. L'Oreal, not L'Oreal. Central Thanolin. 2 hours remain. The voice lines he had were, You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come.
The morning's unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke of you often, Elio, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alfino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Elio are free, we may still yet set things right. Forgive me, Master Tarupin. Alfino, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting. My boy. Alfino, my boy. Squalala, we are off. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend here told me everything. Truly, then he is no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how did you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise, but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both Monitress and the Crystal Braves. Kurthis, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Uldar to the Monitress and their cronies. You may be certain that I will they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monitress claim. Marshal Tarupin, I know not what to say. Ha! Now that Father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alfino. Your airship awaits. Night, Tracy. We're almost there, guys. We're almost done with ARR. Hang with me just a little longer. You sure can't call that a square sword of Pippin's pokey stick. Kirk, Picard, or Janeway? What am I picking for? My boy. Wait, you can change text speeds on the flight? Yeah. You can just change them. See? Like that. Learning new things every day. I mean, I haven't watched a lot of Janeway's stuff. Kirk is fine, and I like Picard a lot. Oh, Star Trek favorite captain, I forgot to add that. Yeah, Picard. I don't know much about Janeway, so I can't. I didn't grow up on Star Trek. All of Star Trek I watched was more from, like, was from, like, mainly Next Generation reruns. So I'm not informed on Janeway. Pike. Pike's good. I like Pike. But yeah, Picard probably for me. But Star Trek stuff is not my strongest forte. Like, I know a lot from both osmosis and watching some, but... We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Hoshafont. Mayhap he will know what to do. For the love of God, stop nodding and say some goddamn words. Man, Stormblood cannot come soon enough. Like, I know Heaven's Word has more dialogue options, but boy, can Heaven's Word not come soon. Stormblood cannot come soon enough, because Stormblood is when they really start adding. Burn him. Burn him. Burn him. Oddly, Voyager was the first Star Trek I kind of followed. I've seen random episodes of the first original series. I've seen a lot of random episodes of TNG. I've seen random episodes of Voyager and random episodes of Deep Space Nine. Lord Hoshafont has agreed to grant us succor. He says that we will be safe here. Master Alfino told me your tale. Elio, it warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others. I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. Okay, guys. Here we go. Final quest of ARR. Deep Space Nine was the first Star Trek that truly clicked for me. I liked what I've watched. I just never have gotten around to watching a lot of it.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault.
and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert.
Wow, Ray Ray.
How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard.
I would describe
As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished.
The original series is more important than I would say it's
But
good.
do not despair. You are not without allies.
But that's
you
also
are
for
more
modern
than
standards.
welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
In our darkest hours, we shall always find the kindest friends. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is going in. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Yeah, this is the final. This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Alfino! Oh, Alfino! Elio, is it really you?
I really was not expecting that. I thought it was going to be voiced. Oh, crying Tataru always kills me.
I'm so happy that you...
Oh, poor Tataru.
I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And the Crystal Braves, our only people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamine told me to run, and so I did. I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way. And then...
Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Oh, now we can see Yugiri. Proper. First time you see an Aura, baby! Yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle.
Pretty, isn't she?
Oh, man, Tataru. Oh, I love you!
Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Eorzean, but when we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Eorzean started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh yes, so we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping that others would come, but no one else did.
My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as of yet. I hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know, the Rising Stones do not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only the Crystal Braves await you there. But that as it may, we have yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to the rightful place of honor. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Heavensward trailer. That will be the last thing we do.
'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory,
Yukiri, I hid my face because it would scare you. Tataru, pretty isn't she? Moving on. Yeah.
The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians? And find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity.
It's not an end state, it's a process.
Only when all is lost do I finally realize
You don't have to kick him when he's down, Demins.
Oh, Alfino.
His heart was in the right place, but he thought about it as an end state, as a clockwork mechanism that he could set up, not a process. Ever working, ever striving, and ever caring.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
It was jarring, but for me there's so much better that I didn't mind. I mean, not in every case. In some cases there's just a slight improvement, but... Well, it's not actually... A lot of the cast had already changed from 2.x. Not the main cast, but... Like, Americ doesn't change.
Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Because remember, like, when you're starting out, for a lot of the first almost half of Heavensward, the only new voice actor, the only three new voice actors really are Ysayle, Tataru, and Alfino. Other than that, the change, like, Amaric's still Amaric, Horsefont's still Horsefont, Lucia's still Lucia. Did it, guys. We finished A Realm Reborn. Yeah, it's always weird to me, like, when they roll for both Bridge and for... I would, like, almost wish that they had, like, very specifically different... Like, I know they have different... Obviously, the backgrounds are different, but I almost wish, like, it was, like, a... Like, it didn't say A Realm Reborn at the end or something. Like, it said something else. We did it! We're done it! Sadly, we cannot watch all of them. It will take far too long. And I know Ray probably needs to get going, and I need to also get going. Thank you for the claps. Thank you for the high fives. Thank you for the
as you desired, my lord.
Sadly, Astriel, I'm gonna have to. You can run it in Discord. Put it in FFXIV discussion. We can talk about it in there. I love how so many shots of the Heaven's Words are like literally just straight taken from like these couple of shots. Is this the Marsaja pit? Okay, wait, this is actually informative potentially, because if this is the Marsaja pit, then at least we know it's technically above ground. Or not above ground, but like it's within the underneath the palace. Oh, it's La Habrea. And Elidibus. Oh. Nabrialis is no more. The order was not his invoke. His demise was his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which shouldn't by rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then. The earth is fertile and seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Those are the only two Unsundered that we experienced for a long time. What? Urianger? Urianger's gone bad, guys. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine's, the fate of the star. Oh, wasn't I doing Little Bits of Mickey Mouse? Yeah, I'll do that in the future. I totally forgot what I had done for him. Thank you for the reminder. I'm also, like, starting to get unfocused because of Kyle Ren Troy's traitor! Traitor! Wait, give me a second. Traitor! I guess technically he says that without the helmet. Urianger working the bad guys, but he never does that. Okay, but come on!
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
Yep, I mean, Midi loves doing shit like that. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Yeah, the High Republic books have been pretty wonderful. Okay, guys, we've done it. We have officially finished AR, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to watch the Heavensward trailer. They said the name. It's like the Two Towers, too, because it can refer to, like, multiple things. Oh, you know what? I should have had that Realm Reborn thing background the whole time. Let's do it. If you have not read the lyrics to this song, you should. Hey, we just went through that. Lyric video. I believe I either have a lyric video out or I have written one. If I've only written it, I'll go make sure I make it quick. I still can't believe they put literally all of like 2.55 as the first part of the trailer. It's wild. Also, this doesn't have YouTube's compression, so it looks way better. No deliverance. Only justice. Only vengeance. Jam. And then they play, of course, they play the Warrior of Light's theme, Torn from the Heavens. Like, you'll notice that always shows up in all of the trailers. It's not even palette swaps, it's literally just the model. But just because there's shadows, it's... Yeah. There's also in Ross al Akamin ala Namorn Nana ar Sal. Yeah, actually, wait, I did do a lyrical lore for the Heavensward theme trailer, didn't I? Oh, I did! I totally did! Hey, Ray, are you still here? If you could you link the lyrical lore for Heavensward trailer? Eorzean? Okay, who's excited for tomorrow? Also, now I'll make sure to have my intro thing. Welcome to the intro video for Heavensward, if you're not familiar with it. This is what it looks like throughout circa, what, 2015-ish, 16-ish? Up until the release of Stormblood. Yes, if you haven't, definitely check out our Heavensward lyrical lore. I think it's one of the first ones I did. Woo! Okay, with that said, this has been lovely. Don't forget that we have MSQ streams every Monday and Tuesday. That's when we do MSQ from 3 p.m. to roughly around 6 or 7 p.m. CST. On top of that, on Wednesday, we have new videos. On Thursday, I technically am supposed to take a day off. I never take a day off. On Fridays, we have Lore Book Club over in the Discord. You should have to go join the Discord if you haven't. On Saturdays, we have the community live stream where we help people out with dudes projects that they want to do. On Sundays, we have Sloppy Sundays over on the Twitches, which is where we do the lovely fun stuff. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, I guess that's everything. Don't forget, you can support us by offering us $1 over on Patreon. It goes a long way, makes the whole thing more sustainable. On top of that, you also get fun rewards and your name up in the lovely credits above my head. On top of that, don't forget that if you like written lore, you can go find Aniri's written lore over on our website, eorzeanarchives.com. With all of that said, I think I'll probably call it there. Have a lovely lovely, 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 lovely night, everyone. And I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.